Chapter 2968. Gu Fei's true body had arrived. He was incomparably domineering, and as soon as he arrived he wanted the golden deity Jin Ao to slap his own face. However, who was Jin Ao? He was a descendant of a supreme being, so he naturally wouldn't suffer such humiliation. The bloodline of the Golden Imperial clan was extremely arrogant. Humiliating them was even more unbearable than killing them. Gu Fei naturally did not care whether this fellow was a descendant of a sovereign or not. Since he dared to attack his clone, it was equivalent to attacking him. He would have to pay a price for that. Since this saint of the Golden Imperial clan did not slap himself, Yi Fuqian could only do it himself. Gu Fei's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of the Golden Dao Bell. Then he threw a punch at the Golden Dao Bell. This punch did not have powerful energy fluctuations or dazzling divine light. It seemed ordinary, but the power it displayed was extremely shocking. No matter how hard Golden Deity Jin Ao tried to activate the power of the Law Bell, the power of the Golden Great Path surged in the chaotic void. However, Gu Fei's fist directly hit the body of the Golden Dao Bell. All the Dao laws could not stop this seemingly casual punch of his. Kacha! The sound of something shattering was heard from the Golden Dao Bell. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of all the experts, cracks appeared on the Golden Dao Bell. Those cracks were centered on Gu Fei's fist and quickly spread to the entire Golden Dao Bell. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Golden Dao Bell actually exploded. Jin Ao, who was sitting cross-legged on the Golden Dao Bell, was directly blown away. He coughed up blood continuously, and the golden divine light on his body immediately dimmed. At the same time, a figure rushed out from the broken Golden Dao Bell while laughing. Quasi-sovereign Jin Ao was extremely shocked. This was a quasi-sovereign, and he was not a match for him at all. Yi Fuqian had only used one punch to shatter the Dao tool that he had refined for countless years. This was a great shock to him. Too powerful. All the living beings who witnessed this scene were stunned by the power displayed by Gu Fei's punch. It seemed like a casual punch, but it actually possessed such power. It was simply too unbelievable. Returning to the natural state, some of the living beings were able to see through Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached a level where he could unleash great power with just a lift of his hand. You asked for it. Gu Fei shot a glance at Jin Ao, who was sent flying thousands of miles away. He didn't put this fellow in his eyes at all. If it was a gold quasi-sovereign, he might have some scruples. However, the gold-to-be supreme warrior had entered the deserted world, and there was no sign of him coming back. In the next moment, the two figures merged into one. Gu Fei's doppelganger entered his real body and returned to his real body. That's actually your clone. Jin Ao found it hard to believe. Although he had already guessed something, he was still inexplicably shocked when he actually saw the scene. This person actually had a Holy Venerate level clone. Even if this person was a quasi-supreme being, it would still be very difficult for him to refine a Holy Venerable level clone. Of course, even though it was very difficult, it wasn't impossible. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared again. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above Jin Ao, like a supreme ruler looking down at an ant below. Damn it! Jin Ao was both shocked and angry. His opponent's gaze was as if he was looking down on an ant, which made him extremely ashamed and resentful. However, his opponent's cultivation base and strength were there for all to see. It was difficult for him to resist. To Gu Fei, although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed an ant. What? You're not satisfied? Gu Fei said coldly. In the next moment, a powerful pressure spread from his body. Golden deity Jin Ao felt his body sink, as if an ancient divine mountain had suddenly pressed down on him. He immediately knelt in the void. Roar! Jin Ao roared and struggled to stand up. However, no matter how much he urged the power in his body, he couldn't straighten his back. It was as if all the bones in his body were about to break. So what if you're from an imperial clan? Your identity is nothing in my eyes, Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked down at golden deity Jin Ao and said, "What? You're Gu Fei?" The golden deity Jin Ao was shocked, and his voice began to tremble. This person was actually Gu Fei, and he actually made a move against such a vicious person. Jin Ao's forehead was sweating again when he thought of this. He had long heard of Gu Fei's fame because Gu Fei had created a great reputation in the ancestral star of Buzhou. After coming to the ancestral star of the soaring dragon, he heard many experts talking about Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a fierce person. No one dared to provoke him. Everything he did was earth-shattering. It wasn't something that ordinary people could do. This fierce person dared to fight against the forces of the ancient barons, dared to compete with the experts of the imperial clan, and even flatten the forbidden area of the heaven realm. Such a record was absolutely unprecedented. It should be known that even the supremes of the ancient times couldn't flatten the forbidden area, which had existed since ancient times. Humph! Gu Fei didn't say anything else. At this time, the dragon horn Qilin rushed over from afar. "Greetings, master." The dragon horn Qilin directly knelt at the feet of Gu Fei. He was overjoyed with such a powerful master who would dare to bully him in the future. "You're very smart," Gu Fei said. "Master, you flatter me." The dragon horn Qilin hurriedly said, "You'll be my mount from now on." Gu Fei said, "Yes, master." The dragon horn Qilin was overjoyed. At this time, he didn't feel that it was embarrassing to be Gu Fei's mount. Instead, he felt that it was an honor. It should be known that experts like Gu Fei would definitely have countless creatures fighting to be his mount. Let's go back first. Gu Fei said and directly leaped onto the back of the dragon horn Qilin. He rode the dragon horn Qilin and left the chaotic void, disappearing into the dark world. All the experts in the chaotic void didn't dare to stop Gu Fei. It should be known that the golden deity Jin Ao was the best example. After Gu Fei left for a while, the golden deity Jin Ao dared to stand up. He had actually fought with Gu Fei's clone. This made him feel as if he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. It should be known that a fierce person like Gu Fei could kill him as easily as moving a finger. This fierce person wouldn't care whether he was from the Golden Imperial clan or not. Jin Ao didn't know why Gu Fei didn't kill him. He directly left the chaotic void. He wanted to report everything here back to his family. Chapter 2969. At the peak of the Divine Mountain in the central region of the ancient heavenly court, chaotic aura surged. In the depths of the void, shrouded by the chaotic aura, a mysterious ball of light was emitting a hazy brilliance. This brilliance was very gentle and not dazzling at all. On the surface of the ball of light, there were all kinds of things in the world. It was a miniature version of the world. However, no one knew that this was a miniature version of the world. The images on the ball of light were constantly changing. Sometimes there were wild beasts roaring, sometimes huge waves surging, and sometimes there were mountains collapsing and the sun and moon losing their light. In the end, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the world was destroyed, and the world returned to chaos. This ball of light was too mysterious and unfathomable. It was actually evolving the formation and destruction of the world. This was the reincarnation of the world. Not only did everything in the world have reincarnation, but everything in the world also had reincarnation. Many experts gathered near this ball of light to observe and comprehend it. Some people believed that the ball of light contained the mysteries of the world. If they could comprehend it, they might be able to become the strongest expert in the world. Therefore, experts constantly entered the chaotic void above the chaotic divine mountain to comprehend the secrets of the ball of light. This was also why Gu Fei's clone and the dragon horn Qilin saw so many experts when they walked out of the ball of light. The battle between Gu Fei and the golden deity Jin Ao was over. Many experts who retreated also returned to the vicinity of the ball of light. However, no one expected that there would be another living being walking out of the ball of light. It was a black vine a black vine shrouded in chaotic aura. The experts couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this black vine. As soon as this black vine walked out of the ball of light, it directly took root in the void and absorbed the chaotic aura in the void. This black vine was the chaotic vine. The chaotic aura in the void was its nourishment, and it crazily devoured the chaotic aura in the surroundings. However, this black vine was actually very shocked. It never expected to encounter so many incomparably powerful living beings as soon as it came here. "It's not a living being from our side." After a brief silence, someone exclaimed, "Capture it." Someone made a move right away. A huge, pitch-black hand emitted a chilling aura as it grabbed towards the vine of chaos, which was rooted in the void in front of the light ball and was madly devouring the chaotic essence chi. As the expert made his move, the temperature in the air plummeted rapidly. It was as if the air was about to solidify. "It's the great Een Saint Exalt." Someone recognized the expert who was hidden in the black gas and had attacked the vine of chaos. The Tayin Saint Sovereign was a saint sovereign who cultivated the power of the Tayin. The power of the Tayin was extremely domineering. A single strand of Tayin chi could freeze 10,000 miles. It was very powerful. Furthermore, this kind of Een power was impossible to guard against. By the time the cultivators fighting against the lunar saint Venerable felt the cold, it was already too late. It was difficult for them to avoid the fate of being frozen into ice sculptures. Shwa! Just as the black hand was about to grab the chaos vine moved as well, a vine that was like a spear pierced towards the black hand. However, the vine was unable to pierce the black hand because it was frozen by the power of the Tayin that was emitted from the black hand. Then it shattered instantly. The black hand continued to grab the chaos vine. Powerful power of the Tayin exploded from the black hand, and even the surrounding chaotic chi was frozen. Roar! The chaos vine roared furiously, and a ball of chaotic light surged from its body, blocking the mighty power of the Tayin. Then, a huge figure appeared in the ball of chaotic light. Seeing this, all the living beings were shocked. They saw that the chaos vine had turned into a giant that was more than 30 meters tall. The giant's hair was made up of vines, and each vine was surrounded by chaotic lightning. An extremely powerful wave of chaotic power exploded from the giant's body. It was a chaos giant, and every single strand of hair was absorbing the chaotic essence in the surrounding void. The chaotic light that shot out of its eyes was hundreds of feet long, and it was terrifying. Rumble, the chaos giant that was transformed from the chaos vine, slammed its palm towards the black hand. Chaotic chi surged, and the void shook. On the chaos giant's hand, there were countless chaos Tao patterns intertwining. Boom! With a loud bang, the two giant hands collided. The power of the Tayin and the chaotic power exploded, and ripples that were visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. Some hair-thin cracks in the space disappeared instantly. The two figures quickly separated, and the chaos giant was pushed back. It lowered its head and saw that its right hand was covered in a thick layer of ice. A cold air had invaded its arm and was spreading upwards. Humph! With a wave of its left hand, the chaos giant chopped off its right arm. Its right arm immediately shattered in the void, and at the next moment, a new arm quickly grew out from its body. The chaos giant's original form was a chaos vine. It contained powerful life essence and could regrow its broken branches. That day when it fought against Gu Fei's doppelganger, all 9 of the chaos vine's vines were chopped off by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Didn't it grow back too? At this time, the Tayin Saint Venerable was also pushed back. What a powerful otherworldly creature! The Tayin Saint Venerable was shocked. The combat power displayed by the Chaos Vine was not to be underestimated. This Chaos Vine was actually a Saint Venerable level creature. At this time, the other experts could not sit still anymore. Powerful figures appeared in the distance. Every one of them emitted an extremely dangerous aura, as though they could attack the Chaos Giant at any time. "It's mine." The Tyene Saint Venerable glanced at those powerful figures and said coldly, "All right." Those powerful figures stopped immediately and no longer pressed forward. These experts were a little wary of the Tyene Saint Venerable. One should know that he was a Saint Venerable. "You guys are courting death." The Chaos Giant that was transformed from the Chaos Vine was unhappy. Did these people really think that he was a pushover? "You are the one who is courting death. You actually dared to cross over to this world. You really don't know what's good for you," the Tyene Saint Venerable said as he took a step forward and pressed towards the Chaos Giant. Powerful Tyene power spread out from his body. An extremely cold aura froze the void. Even the Chaos Giant was frozen in an instant. Boom! Chapter 2970. A battle between holy venerables erupted. The great Een Saint Sovereign and the Chaos Vine transformed into a chaotic giant fought. The two experts' cultivation and battle prowess were similar, so it was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. This battle, however, alarmed countless powerful beings. Powerful auras constantly appeared in the chaotic void. Is that a being from another world? Someone couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the chaotic giant. Apart from the mortal realm and heavenly realm, there were actually other worlds. While the great Een Saint Sovereign and the chaotic giant fought, Gufei rode the dragon horn Qilin toward the ancient heavenly court's southern heavenly gate. Soon, Gufei saw the southern heavenly gate. Without hesitation, he rode the dragon horn Qilin out of the southern heavenly court. At this time, in another region of the ancient heavenly court's ruins, there was a huge ghost city. Powerful beings were fighting, and terrifying tiger roars constantly resounded from the city. The silhouette of a huge black tiger could be faintly seen in the city. The being fighting the black tiger was actually a dragon. To be more precise, it was a bone dragon. The bone dragon's body was as huge as a mountain. Endless death aura surged from the bone dragon's body, enveloping half of the ghost city. The black tiger fighting the bone dragon was the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor. At this time, Ming Qiong was nowhere to be seen. Of course, with Ming Qiong's cultivation, aside from quasi-supremes, no one could threaten him. Damn it, why are there so many undying beings here? The Black Qilin Tiger Emperor roared. The Black Qilin on his body vibrated, and rays of black light shot out from his body, transforming into a supreme sword light that slashed at the bone dragon. However, when the sharp sword light slashed at the bone dragon's body, it produced a clanging sound. It simply couldn't leave any marks on the bone dragon's body. Preposterous! Could this fellow have been an ancestral dragon when he was alive? The Black Qilin Tiger Emperor was incomparably shocked. His sword light couldn't harm the bone dragon at all. How was this possible? It was simply unbelievable. At this time, the bone dragon opened its mouth and spat out a destructive flame. The fire directly burned at the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor, instantly enveloping the entire void. It was a wave of death flames that caused the void to distort. The Black Qilin Tiger Emperor hurriedly dodged. The bone dragon immediately chased after the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor, and the two experts began their chase in Ghost City. At this time, Gufei left the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. He rode on the dragon horn Qilin beast and charged out from the depths of the starry sky. The dragon horn Qilin beast was incomparably mighty, and it wasn't slow either. Very soon, Gufei rode the dragon horn Qilin beast back to the southern mountains of the heaven realm, directly arriving in the sky above the Luoxia courtyard. Roar! When Gufei rode on the dragon horn Qilin beast and approached the Luoxia courtyard, a low roar sounded from the entrance of the courtyard. Then, a flame soared into the sky and flew towards Gufei. Its master! Master is back! Amidst the flames, a fire Qilin was faintly discernible. The powerful aura of a divine beast spread out, and even the dragon horn Qilin beneath Gu Fei felt its heart palpitate. When the two divine beasts met, they naturally opposed each other with equal harshness. The fire Qilin looked at the dragon horn Qilin beneath Gu Fei unfriendly. As for the dragon horn Qilin, it stared at the fire Qilin in front of it. On its dragon horn, rays of lightning-like divine light began to appear, and a violent aura spread out from its body. "Greetings, Master." The fire Qilin didn't dare to be negligent. It hurriedly knelt down towards Gu Fei, who was riding on the back of the dragon horn Qilin beast. "Yes." Gu Fei nodded his head, then he rode the dragon horn Qilin beast and rushed down from the sky, directly entering the Luoxia courtyard. "You're finally back." In a pavilion in the backyard of the Luoxia courtyard, a white-clothed lady who was playing with a fist-sized chick suddenly smiled. The chick screeched at the sky discontentedly, then took a finger-sized fruit from the white-clothed lady's hand, but it was covered in a layer of bloody light. If anyone were to see that the white-clothed lady was using such a magical fruit to feed her pet, they would definitely be shocked. This magical fruit was hard to find in the world, and it was the dragon blood fruit. This magical fruit had the ability to strengthen one's body and blood, and it had the miraculous effect of transforming a cultivator's physical body to become even stronger. Normal cultivators wouldn't even have seen such a fruit, let alone eat it. To think that this chick was using the dragon blood fruit as food. This was way too extravagant. At this moment, a strange beast descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. This strange beast looked like a Qilin, but it had a pair of ancestral dragon horns. On the back of the strange beast sat a black-clothed young man. This black-clothed young man was Gu Fei. "Why did you go so early?" The white-clothed lady reached out to pick up the chick, placed it on her shoulder, and then walked out of the pavilion. "I found something interesting, so I came back a little late." Gu Fei jumped down from the back of the dragon horn Qilin beast, came in front of the white-clothed lady and hugged her. "You must have gone crazy playing again," Yan said impatiently. Actually, her daughter Guling's personality was very similar to Gu Fei's. Once they started playing, they would forget about everything else. Yan wondered how they were doing after walking on the ancient road of the human race. Just as Yan was thinking about her daughter who had walked on the ancient road of the human race, Guling, Yan, Zhao Hao, and the others were hiding in a dangerous place, not daring to go out. That was because the powerful beings of the Dongfang family were guarding outside. Unless they were tired of living, they would not come out of this dangerous place. Even though Guling and the others were in a difficult situation, their lives were not in danger. "What's so interesting?" Yenna said. The commotion in the depths of the starry sky was too big. She had also sensed it, but she was not a person who liked crowds. Even though she was curious, she had no intention of leaving the Luoxia courtyard. "Yeah, I found the ruins of the ancient heavenly court and then another world," Gu Fei said. "What?" Hearing this, Yan couldn't help but be moved no matter how calm she was. She knew that although Gu Fei said it casually, what he had encountered must be soul-stirring, causing one's imagination to run wild. "Do you want to go and see?" Gu Fei said. Another heaven and earth, another world. It was impossible for Yan not to be moved. In the end, Gu Fei brought Yan, the fire Qilin, and the dragon horn Qilin beast out of the Luoxia courtyard, rushing towards the starry sky. Very quickly, they entered the starry sky. Chapter 2971. Gu Fei and Yan rode the dragon horn Qilin into the depths of space and arrived before the ancient heavenly court. This is the ancient heavenly court. Yan sensed the ancient and vicissitudes of life ahead and was astonished. Only an ancient ruin that had existed for countless years would have such a unique aura. Yes, the legendary southern heavenly gate is right ahead. Gu Fei pointed to a gatehouse ahead and said, "Southern heavenly gate." Yan curiously looked in the direction that Gu Fei was pointing at. She saw a powerful figure walking into the gate. Then, she felt that something was amiss. After entering the gate, the silhouette disappeared into the distance in an instant, as if it was crossing through the endless void. Yen was astonished. That person only took one step into the gate, and it was as if he had shrunk in size, giving people a feeling of being separated by an endless void. Rumble. At this time, a shocking sound came from the ancient heavenly court. Then, a monstrous aura of death surged out from the depths of the ancient heavenly court. What's going on? Gu Fei was astonished. Didn't the immortal monarch enter the desolate world a long time ago? How could there be such a powerful undead in the ancient heavenly court? On that day, the undying monarch gathered countless undying creatures in the ghost city and devoured the endless death essence chi. Countless undying creatures died. Logically speaking, with the ancient heavenly court as the center, there shouldn't be a single undead within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. However, how long had it been? Another undead that was almost as powerful as the immortal monarch appeared in the ancient heavenly court. Could it be that something happened in the ancient heavenly court? The ruins of the ancient heavenly court contained a great secret that had existed for thousands of years. No one knew what would happen in the ruins. For the weak, this was definitely a dangerous place. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall into a trap and lose their lives. Even saint-level beings had to be careful in the ancient heavenly court because there was a remnant power of law that even saints couldn't withstand. One had to know that this was an ancient ruin. An earth-shattering battle had taken place here in the past. Even an extreme supreme being had taken action, and even the chaos divine mountain had been broken. So, it could be said that not only did the ruins contain saint-rank eternal Tao laws, even the exalted Tao laws were left in the ruins. If the remnant supreme Tao law was triggered, then even the powerful holy venerables would be destroyed in body and soul, and even quasi-supremes might die. Roar! At that moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard from the torrential, deathly aura. In an instant, the deathly aura enveloped the southern heavenly gate. Amidst the surging death chi, there was actually a huge figure faintly discernible. "Master, save me!" Just as Gu Fei and Yen were bewildered, a voice suddenly resounded in Gu Fei's heart. "Black Qilin Tiger Emperor." Gu Fei was shocked. The divine fluctuation coming from the southern heavenly gate belonged to the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor. Wasn't this tiger following Ming Qiong? Ming Qiong wasn't a weakling. He was a holy venerate and a supreme being with an extremely strong physique. Even an extreme godly sword would have a hard time hurting his body. Why did the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor need him to save the formidable Ming Qiong? What's wrong? Yen, who was in Gu Fei's arms, suddenly asked. She could sense that something was wrong with Gu Fei. "I'm fine." As Gu Fei spoke, a figure rushed out from the top of his head and turned into another Gu Fei. Then, this Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly rushed into the southern heavenly gate. This Yen was stunned. Gu Fei had actually released his clone. Could it be that he wanted to get rid of the undying creature in the southern heavenly gate? "Do you want to go play? It's not every day that you get a chance like this." Gu Fei smiled at Yen. They were riding on the same mount, and Gu Fei's large hand was wrapped around Yen-er's slender waist. The two of them had never experienced something like this before. Yen-er felt that this was very warm. Being hugged by Gu Fei and feeling Gu Fei's strong manly aura made her feel safe. She just wanted to stay in Gu Fei's warm embrace forever. She shook her head. She disliked fighting and killing the most, but growing up in such a world, it was inevitable that there would be fighting and killing. One must know that even if she didn't go looking for trouble, those troubles would come looking for her. One should know that the world of cultivation was much crueler than the world of mortals. Murder and robbery were common occurrences. "Hee up to you," Gu Fei said with a smile. Yen had a gentle personality, and enjoyed a peaceful and simple life. In other words, she had a pure heart and few desires, and was well versed in the true essence of cultivation. However, not everyone could be like Yen, who didn't need to care about anything else and only focused on cultivation. Ordinary cultivators were in a very miserable situation. They had to work hard every day to survive. Even if they obtained some rare treasures, they would immediately store them away to prevent other cultivators from robbing them. However, those who dared to rob Gu Fei's things were definitely suicidal. Let's just watch the show. Gu Fei said, "Bang." At that moment, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the southern heavenly gate. It was Gu Fei's clone making his move. A golden light, like a golden sun, appeared amidst the boundless aura of death, emitting a blinding light. Under the illumination of the golden light, the gray aura of death quickly dispersed like snow under the scorching sun. The power of the Paragon realm shook the void and dispersed the aura of death. A giant silhouette appeared before everyone. It was a bone dragon the size of a mountain. Seeing this, all the living beings outside the southern heavenly gate were shocked. Dragon, Yen, Er's eyes brightened when she saw this. Gu Fei's clone was riding on a black tiger. The black tiger was not an ordinary black tiger, but a ferocious tiger covered in a thick layer of black scales. Buzz! With a hum, rays of golden sword chi rushed out from Gu Fei's clone and slashed at the bone dragon. Inside each ray of golden light, there were Tao patterns faintly visible and intertwined. "Haha, who asked you to be arrogant? Master is here, you're dead." The black Qilin tiger emperor laughed. Clang! The golden sword chi struck the bone dragon in an instant, producing the same sound of metal colliding. But this time the golden sword chi from Gu Fei's doppelganger only left a faint mark on the dragon's bones. What? The black Qilin tiger emperor was dumbfounded. This bone dragon's bones were too strong. Even his master's sword chi could not break it. How is this possible? The black Qilin tiger emperor was in disbelief. Although his master was not fighting with his real body, his clone still had the power of a paragon. Could this bone dragon really be an ancestral dragon? Otherwise, how could its bones be so strong? The bones of an ancestral dragon. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Gu Fei, who was riding on the dragon horn Qilin, was surprised. No wonder the black Qilin tiger emperor was being chased by this bone dragon. The bone dragon had an extremely strong bone body. The black Qilin tiger emperor was no match for it. It could only be chased and could not threaten the bone dragon at all. Buzz! At this moment, the bone dragon suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Although there was no sound, the sound it made was even more terrifying. Powerful spiritual fluctuations erupted, and ripples that could be seen by the naked eye immediately appeared in the void. What? Gu Fei's clone was taken aback. Then he reached out with both hands, and a ball of golden light appeared on his body, instantly enveloping himself and the black Qilin tiger emperor. In the next moment, the wave arrived and directly sent Gu Fei's clone, who was riding on the black Qilin tiger emperor, flying tens of thousands of feet away. Roar! Gu Fei's doppelganger roared towards the sky. This bone dragon was indeed terrifying. He had almost been hit by this divine sense attack. If he had been hit by the bone dragon's divine sense attack, he would have been in deep trouble. The black Qilin tiger emperor would probably die. Rumble! At this moment, a huge bone claw grabbed at Gu Fei's clone. A black aura surrounded the bone claw, emitting a terrifying aura of death. Tisk, it's just an undying being. Does it really think that it's invincible? Gu Fei's doppelganger rode the black Qilin tiger emperor and instantly disappeared into the void. The huge bone claw grabbed nothing but air. Roar! A terrifying spiritual will exploded from the bone dragon's skull. A terrifying dragon roar rang out. However, this was a silent killing technique. The void rippled like waves. Another spiritual will attack. From the void, two figures fell out. Gu Fei's clone was shocked. The spiritual will of this bone dragon was too strong. This was the first time he had encountered such a strong spiritual will-killing technique. "Master, what do we do?" The black Qilin tiger emperor was bleeding from all its orifices. The spiritual will-killing technique of the bone dragon had dealt a huge blow to its primordial spirit. If not for Gu Fei's clone protecting it, its primordial spirit would have been shattered by the bone dragon's spiritual will, and it would have become a walking corpse. "What else can we do?" "Kill." Gu Fei's clone spoke in a deep voice. At the same time, a dazzling golden light emerged from between his brows, as if a golden divine eye had appeared between his brows. "You have the power of spiritual will. I have the power of primordial spirit. Let's see who's stronger." As Gu Fei's clone spoke, a beam of divine light shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into a sword shadow that pierced through the bone dragon's skull. Swoosh! Chapter 2972. Gu Fei's clone fought against the undying bone dragon in the southern heaven's gate. The bone dragon was extremely powerful, and its body had reached an unimaginable level. In particular, it was skilled in soul attacks. If it were any other regular Saint Venerable, they probably would have fallen for the attack. Fortunately, Gu Fei had cultivated a secret technique of the soul, so his soul was extremely powerful. Although only a sliver of his soul had entered the clone, it did not affect him much. However, the black-scaled tiger emperor beneath him was different. The tiger emperor was only at the great achievement of Saint King. It had not completely recovered its past cultivation and battle prowess. Most importantly, the tiger emperor had been trapped in the extreme north of the heavens world for countless years. It was close to the end of its life. If it were not for Gu Fei, which allowed it to break free, the tiger emperor would have passed away before long. None of the living beings trapped in the prison region were weak. They were all great calamities and demons from the ancient or even the primordial era. The black-scaled tiger emperor was definitely a great calamity from the ancient times. If it could recover its peak cultivation, it might be able to fight against the bone dragon, but it could not right now. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone used one of the 9 secrets of the Way of Immortals, the Sword of the Way. The sword, condensed from the power of the soul, immediately slashed into the bone dragon's skull. Roar! The skeletal dragon roared crazily and struggled desperately in the void. An endless, deathly aura spread out from the body of this powerful, undead creature. However, the flame of the soul in the skull immediately dimmed. It had almost been destroyed by the strike from Gu Fei's clone. Roar! The bone dragon roared. Countless inscriptions of the Way of Undying crisscrossed in the huge skull, and the sword actually struggled to extinguish the flame of the soul in a single stroke. However, the Sword of the Way was a supreme, secret technique after all. 90% of the flame of the soul in the skull had been destroyed by the sword. The presence of the soul in the skull had become very weak. The flame of the soul seemed like it could be extinguished at any time. The black Qilin tiger emperor couldn't help being shocked by this scene. The extremely powerful bone dragon had almost been killed by a single slash from its master. What kind of secret art was that? Just as the black Qilin tiger emperor was in shock, another terrifying sword light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and pierced through the skull of the bone dragon. However, before Gu Fei's clone's sword light could cut into the undying bone dragon skull, the undying bone dragon skull exploded with a boom. An extremely powerful soul fluctuation spread out. The soul divine light turned into a dragon shadow and soared into the sky. It wanted to escape. Just now, Gu Fei's doppelganger's sword had almost extinguished the bone dragon's soul fire. If it were to be hit by another sword strike, then this undying creature's soul would really fly away and scatter. It was not easy for it to cultivate into an undying creature, so naturally the bone dragon did not want to be killed again. Swoosh! The dragon shadow's soul fire instantly flew far away. Its speed was extremely fast, and the soul fire emitted a terrifying spiritual fluctuation. However, the sword light that shot out from between the eyebrows of Gu Fei's doppelganger was even faster. It instantly caught up to the soul fire. The essence soul sword light flashed by and instantly extinguished the dragon-shaped soul fire that had already escaped thousands of miles away. An incomparably powerful undying creature was killed just like that. So what if it had a powerful bone body? The soul fire was the undying creature's fatal weakness. As long as the soul fire was extinguished, even if it had an extremely powerful bone body, it would still be killed. The huge, headless body of the bone dragon fell from the sky. With a boom, it smashed onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fly up. The huge dragon's bones laid on the ground, comparable to a mountain range. It was too huge, and the bone body still emitted a strong aura of death. This bone body is not bad. Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was riding on the black Qilin tiger emperor, said, "It's not bad, but it's a pity that it doesn't have a head." The black Qilin tiger emperor said, "That's easy." Gu Fei's doppelganger said. At this moment, Gu Fei and Yan rode the dragon horn Qilin beast into the southern heavenly gate and entered the ancient heavenly court ruins. The fire Qilin naturally followed behind them and entered the southern heavenly gate. A bone body that's even stronger than a sacred venerable weapon. Very good. Gu Fei looked at the mountain-like dragon's bones and said, "Why do you want this thing?" Yenner frowned and said, "She was very against such undying creatures. Hee, have you forgotten that I have an army of undying creatures?" Gu Fei said, "You are thinking of—" Yan said hesitantly, "That's right. It's time. I want to create the strongest army of undying creatures to conquer the world for me." Gu Fei said in a heroic manner, "You want to conquer the world?" Yan said, "There's nothing wrong with that. Only when I'm strong enough can I protect you and Guling." Gu Fei said, "Yes." Yan nodded because it was the truth. In this world, only the strongest existence could rule over everything. The cruelty of the cultivation world was hard to imagine. This was a world where the strong survived and the weak suffered. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger rode the black Qilin tiger over and turned into a golden light, entering his head and returning to his true body. Then Gu Fei opened his inner world, and the three undying emperors walked out. When the three undying emperors saw the dragon's bones on the ground, they were all extremely excited. The death aura that erupted from the dragon's bones was too strong. If they could obtain such a bone body, they could use its death energy to nourish their souls and increase their cultivation and combat strength at the fastest speed. Master this, the three undying emperors were extremely excited. The reason why their master asked them to come out was naturally for the dragon's bones. Only the strongest existence can have this dragon's bones. You guys fight. To them, Gu Fei's words were the fairest. In the cultivation world, the strong were revered. This was an unchanging truth that no one could change. There was nothing more to say. The three undying emperors began to fight. The extremely powerful death aura once again wreaked havoc in all directions, enveloping the entire area. These three undying emperors hadn't been idle these past few years. Their cultivation had increased to a level that satisfied Gu Fei. These three undying emperors were only one step away from becoming death saints, undying experts of the saint level. The nearby creatures were shocked to see this scene. There were powerful figures in the distance, but when they sensed Gu Fei's presence, they immediately retreated. However, not all of them retreated. While the three undying emperors were fighting, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the void and grabbed the dragon's bones on the ground. This dragon's bones were extremely powerful. Even a top-grade paragon artifact wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. Some experts naturally had their eyes on this bone dragon. That was because a dragon skeleton like this could be used to forge a peerless Tao artifact. It was incomparably precious. Not all the experts who entered the ancient heavenly court recognized Gu Fei and knew of Gu Fei's strength. These experts came from the mortal world or other regions of the heavenly realm. Some of them had only woken up from their long slumber in recent years. Thus, they immediately took action to snatch the dragon's bones. They really don't know the meaning of death. The black-scaled Tiger King, Fire Qilin, and the other experts couldn't help but admire the powerful existence who took action. At this time, Gu Fei coldly snorted. In the next moment, the huge hand that grabbed the dragon's bones exploded in the void and disappeared. What? A cry of surprise came from afar. Then, a blurry figure tried to retreat. But at this moment, a huge hand suddenly appeared in front of that expert and slapped him away. That powerful creature continuously coughed up blood, then fled without looking back. "Master, why did you let that guy go?" The dragon Horn Qilin asked in confusion. Given his master's cultivation, it was a piece of cake for him to kill that living being who dared to snatch the dragon's bones. "Do I look like someone who's easy to kill in your eyes?" Gu Fei said. No. The dragon Horn Qilin was stunned and quickly replied. At this time, some of the powerful beings who were about to take action were stunned. Who was that? How could he be so powerful that he could easily defeat a paragon-level living being? That's brutal, Gu Fei. If you provoke him, only death awaits you. A powerful being said such words, be it the heavenly realm or the human realm. There were still many powerful beings who knew about Gu Fei. He's Gu Fei. Those beings who wanted to snatch the dragon's bones were shocked and broke out in cold sweat. Although these beings had never seen Gu Fei before, they had heard of Gu Fei's name. One must know that this Gu Fei was the one who leveled a forbidden area in the heavenly realm. Even some quasi-paragons would be moved by such an achievement, because they knew very well how terrifying forbidden areas were. They were places that could devour paragons. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many experts had tried to flatten the forbidden area, but no one had ever heard of anyone succeeding. That guy just now actually dared to attack Gu Fei, who had once leveled a forbidden area. This made many people dumbfounded. That was simply suicide. At this time, the battle between the three undying emperors had reached its climax. In order to obtain the dragon's bones, the three undying emperors were risking their lives to defeat the other two undying emperors. However, the cultivation of the three undying emperors was almost the same. This was destined to be an evenly matched battle. It was impossible to determine the winner within a short period of time. So you guys are here. At this moment, a loud laugh was suddenly heard from outside the southern heaven gate. Then a figure walked in from outside the southern heaven gate. Chapter 2973. It's you. While Gu Fei was waiting for the three undying emperors to decide who was the strongest, a loud laugh was heard from outside the southern heavenly gate. Then a figure walked in from outside. When Gu Fei and Yen saw that fellow, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. How is it? You didn't expect this, right? In the blink of an eye, the newcomer arrived before Gu Fei and the others. The newcomer wore a purple and gold crown on his head and was dressed in a purple robe. He had a tall stature and thick eyebrows that reached his temples. His appearance was dignified, but there was a trace of a mischievous smile on his face, giving off a frivolous feeling. This person was the old tortoise. The old tortoise had come out of seclusion and was near the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. When Gu Fei saw the old tortoise, he immediately jumped down from the dragon Horn Qilin's back with Yen. Then, Gu Fei went forward and hugged the old tortoise. It seems like I've won again. Gu Fei hugged the old tortoise and let him go. Tisk, you're just lucky. I could have come out of seclusion a long time ago. I only delayed it until now because I was trying to break through to the supremacy realm. The old tortoise said arrogantly and looked at Gu Fei with a disdainful gaze. A loss is a loss. You still want to argue? Besides, I don't think you've become a supremacy. Gu Fei looked at the old tortoise and joked. Humph, believe it or not. With that, the old tortoise ignored Gu Fei and said to Yen, how have you been recently, sister-in-law? I haven't seen you for a while, but you've become more and more beautiful. Greetings, big brother. Yen nodded at the old tortoise. Her expression was still calm and did not seem to be too happy. Hey, old tortoise, don't you know that a brother's wife should not be flirting? Be careful, or I'll beat you up. Gu Fei waved his fist and said fiercely, TSK, you think you can beat me? The old tortoise said disapprovingly, Humph, why don't we spar? Gu Fei said unhappily. However, he did not dare to underestimate the old tortoise. After all, the old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor and had the supreme bloodline of the demon race flowing in his body. There was no doubt that the sovereign bloodline was powerful. Let's spar then. You think I'm afraid of you? Said old tortoise as he rubbed his palms together. All right, can you two brothers stop for a while? Yen had no choice but to come out and smooth things over. At this time, these two fellows were still fighting like two children. She really couldn't put up with it. Sister-in-law, he wants to exchange pointers with me. I can only accompany him. Old tortoise curled his lips and said, If you really want to fight, then let's do it this way. Whoever catches Yuan Gu first wins. Yen suggested. What? Gu Fei and old tortoise couldn't help but be startled, especially old tortoise, who had a bitter expression on his face. Catching Yuan Gu was definitely not an easy task. Yuan Gu was the most mysterious celestial emperor since ancient times. No one knew where his true body was, not even those closest to him. No one had ever seen Yuan Gu's true body. Some people said that Yuan Gu had a rare secret technique that allowed him to transform into thousands of clones. No one could find his true body. Yen's suggestion was too challenging and gave old tortoise a headache. However, he was also very prideful, so how could he say no in front of a woman? Very well, let's do it this way. Old tortoise, what do you think? Gu Fei nodded. He and Yuan Gu were arch enemies, so he naturally wanted to get rid of this future trouble. Such a mysterious and powerful enemy made him very apprehensive. This old tortoise hesitated. The person he wanted to catch was the mysterious Yuan Gu. Even old tortoise wasn't sure if he could catch such a cunning guy. What's wrong, big tortoise? Don't you want to win? Are you afraid? Gu Fei glanced at old tortoise and said proudly, Who says I don't dare? I'll bet with you. Whoever catches Yuan Gu will win. If I win, you'll have to do whatever you want. Old tortoise straightened his chest and said, he naturally couldn't admit defeat. Okay. Gu Fei thought for a moment and then said, a bet can't be made without a prize. How about this? If you win, I'll give you a drop of the immortal ancestral dragon elixir. How about it? What? A drop of the immortal ancestral dragon elixir? Old tortoise's eyes lit up after hearing this. The immortal ancestral dragon was an immortal divine elixir. Its elixir contained an immortal divinity, something that even a true supremacy would covet. That's right. What can you give me if you lose? Gu Fei looked at old tortoise and said, Ridiculous, I will lose. If I lose, I'll... Old tortoise's chest heaved up and down as if he was angry. Whatever. Gu Fei smiled. Humph. I'll just carry your shoes and be your follower. Is that enough? Old tortoise said snappily. This. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment. It should be known that old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor and the demon lord of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan. How could he not even have a decent treasure? However, with his identity, if he really lost and had to become Gu Fei's follower and carry Gu Fei's shoes, the entire demon clan would lose face. Haha, you're so cruel to yourself. All right, I'll bet with you. If you win, not only will I give you a drop of the immortal divine elixir, I'll also give you an immortal peach tree. Gu Fei said while laughing. Immortal peach tree? You actually have an immortal peach tree? How is that possible? Old tortoise was extremely shocked. He was the son of the Tai Huang and had lived for countless years. Naturally, he knew many secrets of the world. The immortal peach tree had been cut down a long time ago. It's not the real immortal peach tree. It's just a quasi-immortal herb. Gu Fei explained. However, Old Tortoise had such a reaction when he heard about the immortal peach tree. Could it be that he knew the whereabouts of the immortal peach tree? I see. I was wondering why you would give me an immortal peach tree. Old Tortoise said with a look of realization. How could there be so many immortal herbs in this world? A quasi-immortal herb is already pretty good. Gu Fei shook his head and said, the immortal divine herb was rare since ancient times. Over the countless years, only a few stalks had appeared. In the distant past, only extreme Tao sovereigns or human emperors could possess the immortal divine herb. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even have heard of the immortal spirit herb. Haha, very well. Old Tortoise laughed and said, then prepare the things and wait for me to come get them. I'm leaving now. Old Tortoise laughed and soared into the sky. Before Gu Fei could say anything, he instantly disappeared into the depths of the ancient heavenly court. This fella! Seeing this, Gu Fei shook his head. At this moment, the battle between the three immortal emperors was about to end. The Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor joined forces and defeated the Emperor of the Underworld. Then, a fierce battle broke out between the Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor. The Emperor of the Underworld retreated unwillingly under the joint attack of the two immortal emperors. There was a reason why he was unwilling. Among the three immortal emperors, his cultivation was the strongest. If the Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor were to fight the Emperor of the Underworld alone, they would not be a match for him. Therefore, the Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor secretly joined forces to defeat the strongest Emperor of the Underworld. Then, the Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor began their battle. Rumble. The incomparably powerful death energy was vast and mighty. The soul fire in the Bone Emperor's skull was burning fiercely like a divine sun, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. Countless immortal Tao patterns appeared and intertwined in the Bone Emperor's soul fire. Powerful divine sense rippled in all directions. One after another, immortal Tao patterns rushed out of the Bone Emperor's skull and turned into extremely sharp sword lights that pierced towards the Corpse Emperor. The Corpse Sovereign possessed a strong physique. As he waved his hands, he actually shattered the sword lights that pierced through his body and charged towards the Bone Sovereign in a domineering manner. The clanging sounds continued without end. The Corpse King's hands emitted 2 balls of black light. This was corpse energy. This type of corpse energy could corrode immortal spirit items. Creatures that were contaminated by corpse energy would not only die, but they would also become walking corpses under the Corpse King's control. Roar! The Corpse Emperor roared and directly shattered the last few piercing sword lights. He then stretched out his hand and slammed it towards the Bone Emperor. Rumble! The void trembled. A huge, pitch-black hand appeared in the void like a black mountain, smashing towards the Bone Emperor. Terrifying death energy spread out from the huge hand. Buzz! A sword hum resounded. Countless Tao patterns rushed out of the Bone Emperor's skull and turned into a peerless sword light, slashing towards the huge hand. It was a sword light of death. The power it displayed was incomparably powerful. In an instant, it collided with the huge hand. 2 powerful death energy erupted. The black hand and the sword light dissipated in the void at the same time, turning into a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. In order to obtain the dragon skeleton, the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor went all out, wanting to defeat each other. However, the cultivation and combat strength of these 2 undying experts were almost equal. It wasn't easy to determine a winner. 2 figures soared into the sky, moving at high speed and fighting fiercely. Not bad. These 2 guys are about to take the step to become a saint. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but nod. At this time, the battle between the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor alarmed many living beings. One should know that they were near the southern heavenly gate, and cultivators often came and went. Soon, the news of the invasion of the otherworldly creatures spread. The creatures from the desolate world have crossed over. Gu Fei wasn't surprised. If the creatures here could enter the desolate world through the light ball, then the creatures from the desolate world could also enter the heavenly world through the light ball. However, Gu Fei didn't expect such a thing to happen so quickly. Chapter 2974. Rumble. Two powerful, undying silhouettes moved rapidly in the void. Death aura filled the entire space. Even the death aura emitted from the dragon skeleton on the ground was affected. The Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor were fighting with their lives on the line. They were very clear that this was their chance to become a saint. Once an undying existence became a saint, they would become a dead saint. Who didn't want their cultivation to reach the next level? Both the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor wanted the dragon skeleton because it was left behind by a saint venerable, undying existence. Moreover, the strength of this skeleton was far beyond the imagination of all living beings. This was the skeletal body of the ancestral dragon. Only an extremely powerful creature like the ancestral dragon could leave behind such a powerful skeletal body. For undying creatures, possessing the skeletal body of the ancestral dragon was a chance to undergo a complete transformation. Boom! The Bone Emperor was blasted away. The skeleton on his body was full of cracks, as if it was about to shatter. However, a dazzling soul fire blossomed from the Bone Emperor's skull. That soul fire enveloped the entire skeleton of the Bone Emperor. Death runes appeared on the surface of the Bone Emperor's skeleton. The broken bones were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! The Bone Emperor roared, and an invisible divine sense spread out from his skull. It turned into a killing force and surged towards the Corpse Emperor. Buzz! The void trembled. The Corpse Emperor was blasted away by that invisible force. The sound of bones breaking came from the Corpse Emperor's body. Roar! The Corpse Emperor roared towards the sky. The death aura around his body was vast and mighty. The pitch-black death aura intertwined on his body like a spiritual snake, emitting a heart-palpitating death aura. This Corpse Emperor was incomparably powerful and had a near-immortal physique. Although he was heavily injured, he was able to recover in an instant. Amidst the pitch-black death aura, the shadow of a dragon was faintly discernible. An extremely powerful death energy erupted from the Corpse Emperor's body. Old bones, how about we settle this in one move? A wave of divine sense spread out from the Corpse Emperor's body. Amidst the black fog, two blood-red lights lit up. Those were the Corpse Emperor's eyes. All right, Stinky Corpse, let's settle this in one move. Bone Emperor nodded and said. Then, a dazzling soul divine flame bloomed from his body. Lotus flowers could be vaguely seen in the middle of the divine flame. Each lotus flower was emitting a powerful fluctuation of soul energy. The two undying creatures began to condense their power. A monstrous, deathly energy erupted from the Corpse Emperor's body, enveloping the entire world. In the pitch-black corpse chi, one could vaguely see figures, as if there were countless ferocious spirits struggling and howling. The Bone Emperor displayed an extraordinary power. The soul fire in his skull actually evolved into blue lotus flowers. Very quickly, countless lotus-shaped soul fires engulfed the Bone Emperor. Are these two fellows going to risk their lives? Aren't you going to stop them? Yen couldn't help but turn around to glance at Gu Fei when she saw this scene from afar. This is the only way to know who's stronger and who's weaker. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Moreover, although the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor were risking their lives, there might not be any casualties. One must know that these two fellows were very shrewd. These two despicable and shameless fellows. At this time, the Netherworld Emperor was sulking at the side. He was extremely depressed and unwilling. How dare the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor plot against him? They were too hateful. The Netherworld Emperor had cultivated the undying ghost body. His body could change between the real and the illusory. His strength was definitely the strongest among the three undying emperors. However, the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor had joined hands to defeat him. This made the Netherworld Emperor go crazy. Don't be unconvinced. You were defeated by those two fellows because of your stupidity. Do you understand? Gu Fei noticed the Emperor of the Underworld, who was sulking at the side, and said after glancing at him, "Yes, Master is right." The Netherworld Emperor hastily replied. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to show it now. After thinking about it, he could only blame himself for being careless when he was tricked by the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor. If he was smarter, he would have thought that these two fellows would join hands and the dragon bone would be his. However, it was too late now. The Netherworld Emperor was undoubtedly the loser in this battle. He was no longer qualified to compete for the dragon bone. Kill! Kill! The two great undead creatures roared at the same time and launched their strongest attacks at each other. Endless corpse energy rushed out of the Corpse Emperor's body and turned into a nether dragon that pounced towards the Bone Emperor. Bone Sovereign naturally didn't show any weakness. Blue lotus flowers filled the sky and flew towards the dark dragon. Every dark lotus was emitting powerful death energy fluctuations. Boom! 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 The nether lotuses that filled the sky smashed onto the nether dragon and then exploded, erupting with destructive waves of undying power. The death chi on the netherworld dragon's body was constantly being blasted away, and so were the undying runes. Two extremely strong undying forces were clashing against each other. The netherworld dragon roared, and a huge dragon claw grabbed towards the Bone Emperor, who was shrouded by countless netherworld lotuses. Rumble! Countless hell lotuses collided with the dragon claw, directly shattering the dragon claw and turning it into corpse chi before dissipating into the void, dissolved by the power of the hell lotuses. The two silhouettes collided. The netherworld lotuses kept exploding. The netherworld dragon was roaring and struggling, but it didn't change anything. The Corpse Emperor was in a disadvantageous position. The netherworld dragon condensed from corpse energy was eventually destroyed by the netherworld lotus formed by the Bone Emperor's soul flame. The Corpse Emperor was also sent flying by the Bone Emperor's attack. Ha! Stinky corpse, you are not my opponent. The Bone Emperor laughed heartily. He had the absolute advantage. Although the Corpse Emperor had an almost immortal body, he also had a powerful bone body. Moreover, the Bone Emperor had cultivated the Hell's netherworld lotus. Once the netherworld lotus appeared, it would cover the sky and kill all living beings. The Corpse Emperor's chest was pierced by a Hell's netherworld lotus. The soul flame invaded his body, burning his tendons, bones, flesh, and blood, as though it was trying to ignite his yuan shin. Roar! The Corpse Emperor roared in anger. Chaotic corpse energy surged, and the undying energy erupted from his body, trying to expel the netherworld fire that had invaded his body. However, the Bone Emperor wouldn't give him the time to expel the netherworld fire. He directly executed the Hell's netherworld lotus and attacked the Corpse Emperor. The Corpse Emperor had to expel the netherworld fire and deal with the Bone Emperor's killing technique at the same time. Naturally, he was flustered and was sent flying again. Enough! Gu Fei suddenly spoke. Chapter 2975. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The Bone Emperor had defeated the Corpse Emperor and obtained the dragon skeleton. This made the Corpse Emperor and the Emperor of the Netherworld envious and jealous. The Emperor of the Netherworld was the most displeased because he had been tricked by the Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor. Otherwise, the dragon skeleton would have been his. The Corpse Emperor was displeased as well. The Bone Emperor was too despicable to hide his trump card and cultivate a killing technique like the Hell Lotus. Therefore, the dragon skeleton belonged to the Bone Emperor. Gu Fei immediately repaired the dragon skeleton for the Bone Emperor. The broken pieces of the dragon's head flew back and reformed into a dragon's head. Since he was already at the quasi-supreme realm, it was not difficult for him to repair the broken dragon's head. Soon, a complete dragon skeleton appeared in front of everyone. The Bone Sovereign was also very straightforward. He directly abandoned his skeletal body and sent his soul fire directly into the dragon's skull. Very quickly, under the control of the Bone King, the dragon skeleton started to move. The huge skeleton flew up from the ground, but as soon as it reached the sky, it fell from the sky and smashed into the ground with a loud boom. Take your time. You have just taken over the skeleton, and you already want to control it completely. Gu Fei said, Yes, Master. The Bone Emperor's divine sense was transmitted from the dragon's skull. Then, Gu Fei kept the 3 immortal emperors into his inner world. The Bone Emperor needed time to refine the supreme skeleton. Let's go and have a look at that world, Gu Fei said. He knew that the old tortoise had probably entered the desolate world. The desolate world was a world that had never appeared in any ancient records of the human world or the heaven realm. A world like this was an irresistible temptation for any powerful cultivator. At this time, an incomparably powerful chaotic energy surged out from the depths of the ancient heavenly court relic. An unimaginably powerful force erupted. What's wrong? Yennefer exclaimed. The fluctuation of this energy was too powerful. Even someone as powerful as her was as weak as an ant in front of this force. The dragon horn Qilin and the fire Qilin were already trembling. At this moment, a gentle aura spread from Gu Fei's body, isolating the powerful aura from the depths of the ancient heavenly court ruins. Yen, and the others immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go take a look. Gu Fei waved his sleeve, and a force immediately enveloped Yen, the fire Qilin, and the dragon horn Qilin. Then they disappeared in the void. Rumble, in the central region of the ancient heavenly court, on the Chaos Divine Mountain, 2 powerful figures were moving rapidly in the void. Powerful and terrifying energy waves erupted from the 2 figures. The figure in the middle was a chaos giant that was over 100 feet tall. The chaos giant had a head of long emerald green hair and vines that looked like tentacles. As the chaos giant's long hair danced in the wind, it could pierce through the void and attack a powerful being on the other side. The powerful being fighting the chaos giant was a Saint Venerable of the human clan. This human Saint Venerable was Tyene Saint Venerable. There was no doubt that Tyene Saint Venerable was powerful. After all, he had the holy body of Tyene. This constitution made him naturally close to the power of Een and was the most suitable existence to walk on the great path of Een. The chaos giant was the vine of chaos that had crossed over from the deserted world. With Tyene Saint Venerable taking action, no one dared to interfere. This was because Tyene Saint Venerable had already said that the being from the alien world was his. No one was willing to offend him. However, Tyene Saint Venerable was not in a good situation. The vine of chaos was constantly absorbing the chaotic essence around it and was becoming more and more powerful. You are no match for me. The chaos giant was extremely powerful. The hair on his head danced wildly and turned into chaotic divine spears that pierced towards Tyene Saint Venerable. Buzz. The great Een Saint did not say anything. Instead, he used his actions to express himself. A black moon rose from the back of his head, emitting beams of dark light. The dark light from the moon shone on the chaos divine spears, causing them to dissipate at a rapid speed. The black light emitted by the black moon seemed to have some kind of unfathomable power that could obliterate everything. Even the void was producing transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye. Tyene Black Moon. Some cultivators who saw this scene from afar could not help but exclaim. It seemed that Tyene Saint Venerable was going all out and had used his famous trump card. Humph, you want to defeat me? Dream on. Tyene Saint Venerable said coldly. The Tyene Black Moon rose into the sky and released a dark light. The entire world seemed to have fallen into a black light. The chaos divine spears that pierced through the void were completely melted by the divine light emitted by the black moon. The chaos giant was also illuminated by the divine light. In the next moment, his body began to emit black smoke, as though his entire body was about to melt. What? The chaos giant was taken aback and quickly retreated. A mass of chaos light emerged from his body and blocked the dark light that shone on his body. Even so, the chaos giant's body was charred. But soon, the skin that was burned by the tiny black moon fell off and new skin was revealed. The chaos giant was formed from the chaos vine. This kind of living creature had amazing vitality. Even if he was injured, his recovery speed was very abnormal. He almost recovered in the blink of an eye. Kill! Tine Saint Venerable showed his prowess. The tine black moon rushed towards the chaos giant. The extremely strong power of Tine exploded from the black moon. The void seemed to be melting. This was the first time the chaos giant felt danger. The black light from the tine black moon could destroy everything. The chaos divine light on the chaos giant's body was dissipating rapidly under the black light. The chaos divine light contained the chaos Tao pattern. The chaos giant was really shocked. The power of the killing art that this guy cultivated was so strong and terrifying that it could melt the chaos giant's Tao pattern. Damn it. The chaos giant naturally would not wait for death. He circulated his mystic art and a mass of chaotic divine light emerged from his body. It was like a chaos divine sun rising up. Humph, let's see if your black moon is stronger or my chaos divine sun is stronger. The chaos giant sneered. Chapter 2976. The chaos giant formed by the vine of chaos was fighting against Tine Saint Master. Terrifying shock waves rippled out in all directions. All the powerful creatures watching the battle had to retreat. In particular, Tine Saint Master's shadow black moon was even more terrifying. The dark light emitted from the black moon could destroy a cultivator's foundation of the way and erase their cultivation. Some unlucky creatures were hit by the dark light and fell from the sky. No one knew if they were dead or alive. The chaos giant didn't show any weakness either. He formed a mass of chaos divine Sunday. That was his inner core of the great Tao. It displayed great power and blocked the black light emitted from the black moon. Just as the two experts were fighting, a terrifying figure rushed past them and entered the chaotic void above the chaos divine mountain. The primal chaos giant and the great Een Saint Sovereign were both shocked. There was actually someone who could ignore their power. This was truly inconceivable. One must know that they were Saint Sovereigns, incomparably powerful Saint Sovereigns. In the current world, there were not many creatures that could ignore the power of Saint Masters. It's a quasi-supreme. Tine Saint Master was shocked. He knew that some quasi-supreme had also entered the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. The figure just now was probably one of them. The old turtle did not know that he had scared the two Saint Masters. He just wanted to enter the desolate world as soon as possible. Therefore, he did not pay attention to the chaos giant and Tine Saint Master who were fighting. Kill! Kill! The two experts were stunned for a moment. Then they charged at each other again. The lunar black moon and the primal chaos divine sun kept colliding. Under the collision of the two great forces, the void rippled like water and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. The shadow black moon froze the void while the chaotic divine sun displayed its power to split the sky. The two Saint Masters kept clashing and clashing. It was difficult to tell who would win or lose in a short time. The battle between the two near the chaotic divine mountain made it difficult for other creatures to enter the chaotic void above the divine mountain. Only quasi-supreme beings could ignore the might of heavenly venerables. Otherwise, even if they were also heavenly venerables, they would not be willing to disturb the battle between two heavenly venerables and offend them. In fact, The Holy Venerables watching from afar were very happy to see the great Een Holy Venerate and the Chaos Giant fight to the death. When Gu Fei and Yen arrived near the Chaos God Mountain, the two experts were still unleashing their killing techniques and fighting fiercely. Gu Fei's arrival shocked many of the spectating creatures. Some of them directly retreated because they had some grudges with Gu Fei. For example, the experts of the Dongfang family, the Big Baldy from the Western Earth Buddhist sect, and the followers of the Heaven Realm's primordial ancient heavenly emperor all had enmity with Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei didn't care about these guys, those guys were very afraid of Gu Fei. One must know that Gu Fei was famous for being a fierce person. No one was willing to provoke him. He's Gu Fei. I didn't expect his real body to come. Someone said, whether it was in the mortal realm or the heaven realm, countless creatures knew Gu Fei. One must know that Gu Fei had done many earth-shattering things in both the mortal realm and the heaven realm. Who do you think will win? In the distant sky, Gu Fei said to Yen, who was riding on the same mount, "The great Een Holy Venerate will win, right?" Yenna said, with her cultivation, it was difficult to tell who would win. One must know that she wasn't a Holy Venerate. At this time, the Chaos Giant also saw Gu Fei and the others. When the Chaos Giant saw Gu Fei, he was shocked because he felt a heart-palpitating aura from Gu Fei's body. The Chaos Vine and Gu Fei's doppelganger had fought twice before. This Chaos Vine couldn't even defeat Gu Fei's doppelganger, let alone Gu Fei's real body. Now it was Gu Fei's real body. The Chaos Vine knew that it was bad this time. He instinctively felt the danger from Gu Fei. Rumble, the Chaos Giant that the Chaos Vine transformed into attacked with all his might. The Chaos Divine Sun erupted with the strongest chaos power. It pushed back the Shadow Black Moon and forced the great Een Holy Venerate to retreat. The Chaos Divine Light lit up the dark void. All the creatures thought that the Chaos Giant was going to fight with all his might. However, the next scene made everyone's eyes pop out. The Chaos Giant actually rode on the Chaos Divine Sun and fled into the chaos. Even the great Een Holy Venerate was surprised. He still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. The great Een Holy Venerate roared and chased into the chaotic void. Everywhere he passed, the void froze. Even the Chaos Chi was frozen. Gu Fei didn't make a move. You guessed it right. Haha. Gu Fei laughed. That guy is afraid of you. Yenner shook her head. She didn't think that it was the great Een Holy Venerate who forced the Chaos Giant back. One should know that the Chaos Giant's cultivation was definitely not lower than the great Een Holy Venerate's. Let's go in and take a look, Gu Fei said. He and Yen rode the dragon horn-chilin beast and rushed into the chaotic void above the Chaos Divine Mountain. The dragon horn-chilin beast wasn't slow. It stepped on the air and instantly carried Gu Fei and Yen into the chaotic void. The fire Chilin hurriedly chased after them. At this time, the experts who were watching from the side also moved. These experts also rushed over. There were 7 or 8 incomparably strong figures that rushed into the chaotic void. However, there were still some experts who continued to watch and didn't move. One should know that no one knew what they would encounter after entering another world. Some strong living beings were happy to see others take the lead and explore the newly discovered world. Exploring the unknown world would definitely encounter unknown dangers. This was undeniable. Moreover, the living beings in the unknown world were extremely strong. Even the chaotic creatures had come out. Some experts didn't want to take the risk of crossing into the unknown world. However, there were also some living beings who thought that since Gu Fei was leading the way, why not take this opportunity to cross over as well? At this time, at the peak of the Chaos Divine Mountain in the desolate world, a figure surrounded by chaotic light stood there. Endless chaotic laws intertwined around his body. Rumble! The void around him trembled slightly. This was an extremely strong figure. Although he was just standing there, He gave off a strong feeling that he could crush the world. Whoosh! At this time, an extremely disheveled figure rushed out from the light ball above the Chaos Divine Mountain. It was a vine of chaos. "Master, save me." The vine of chaos was overjoyed when it saw the figure on the Chaos Divine Mountain. It rushed towards the figure and landed in front of the figure, then knelt down at the figure's feet. "What are you panicking for?" Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at the ball of light in the sky. In the next moment, another figure rushed out from the ball of light. As soon as the figure rushed out of the light ball, the temperature of the entire space dropped rapidly. Snowflakes were falling from the sky as if winter had arrived. However, there was no winter in the absolute domain of chaos because the chaotic aura was the ruler here. But now, as the figure appeared, it started to snow. Don't tell me you're in such a sorry state because you're being chased by a little guy like that. The powerful and terrifying figure standing on the Chaos Divine Mountain said. "No, it's another living being, a human," the Vine of Chaos quickly said. "What, a human?" The Quasi-Supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain was truly enraged. He almost couldn't help but stomp the useless guy lying at his feet to death. The Vine of Chaos was in such a sorry state because of a human. One should know that humans were slaves in the desolate world, slaves of the major divine clans. The fact that the Vine of Chaos was being chased by a human made him lose face. "Master, the humans in the other world are definitely not weak. You can tell just by looking at the human chasing after us," the Vine of Chaos said in fear. In front of the Quasi-Supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain, he had to be careful. If he were to anger his master, his life would come to an end. At this moment, Tyne Saint, who had just rushed out from the light ball, was met with a tragedy. He never thought that there would be such a powerful living being waiting for him here. A Quasi-Supreme! How is this possible? Tyne Saint turned around and fled. In front of a Quasi-Supreme, he was as weak as an ant. If the Quasi-Supreme wanted to kill him, he could do it with just a thought. "Trying to run? I'm just in time to know what's happening in the other world. You've come at the right time," the Quasi-Supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain said and stretched out his hand, grabbing at Tyne Saint. Tyne Saint flew towards the giant hand of chaos immediately. Just as Tyne Saint was about to be grabbed by the giant hand of chaos, a ray of sword light suddenly shot out from the light ball and slashed at the giant hand of chaos. The ray of sword light flashed, and the giant hand of chaos was cut down by the ray of sword light. Great Een Saint Venerable only felt his body lighten as he regained his freedom. He was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed into the light ball in the sky without looking back. Roar! At the peak of the Divine Mountain, the Quasi-Supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain roared. The entire mountain was shaking. The Vine of Chaos that was crouching under his feet was trembling in fear. At this moment, a few figures walked out from the ball of light. A man and a woman riding on a strange beast appeared high up in the sky. Behind them was a fire Qilin, a Quasi-Supreme. When Gufei saw the Quasi-Supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He had just entered the deserted world, and he already met a cultivator of this level, a human. When the Quasi-Supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain saw Gufei, he was even more shocked than when Gufei saw him. Was the human from the other world really that powerful? Chapter 2977. When Gufei and Yen'er crossed over, they encountered a primordial chaos Quasi-Supreme. Fortunately, the extreme Een Saint was not fated to die. Gufei arrived just in time to rescue the extreme Een Saint from the hands of the primordial chaos Quasi-Supreme. Human race. The primordial chaos Quasi-Supreme was extremely shocked. The battle strength that Gufei had displayed was too shocking. It seemed to be on par with the two human race sovereigns they had encountered before. Were the humans of that world really that powerful? The primordial chaos Quasi-Supreme could not help but be moved. He had wanted to cross over and conquer that unknown world. But now it seemed like he had to carefully consider this matter. This is the Chaos Stone Golem. When Gu Fei saw the primordial Chaos Quasi-Supreme, he was also shocked. With his martial path heavenly eye, he could see the Chaos Stone Golem's true form at a glance. Is this a chaotic life form born from the Chaos Divine Mountain? Gu Fei sensed that the Chaos Stone Golem's aura was very similar to the aura of the Chaos Divine Mountain. After a moment's thought, he guessed the relationship between the Chaos Stone Golem and the Chaos Divine Mountain. In the great battle all those years ago, one of the Chaos Divine Mountains in the ancient heavenly courts had been broken. The upper half of the mountain had fallen into the desolate world, while the lower half had remained in the ancient heavenly courts. However, Gu Fei did not expect that the upper half of the Chaos Divine Mountain that had fallen into the desolate world would actually give birth to an incomparably powerful chaotic life form. One had to know that the Chaos Divine Mountain was unique. It had been born from the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth had been created. This was truly the saying that before the heavens and earth had been created, the Divine Mountain had already existed. The Chaos Divine Mountain in the ancient heavenly courts had existed for even longer than the heavens and earth. One could imagine how many years it had passed. The Chaos Stone Golem that was born from the chaotic essence of the Chaos Divine Mountain was naturally extraordinary. To a certain extent, this Chaos Stone Golem could be said to be a natural chaotic life form. The aura that emanated from the Chaos Stone Golem was extremely powerful. The void around it trembled as if it could shatter the void. The void of the deserted world was extremely stable. Not even Saint Venerables could shake the void. Only prospective supremes, the rulers of the deserted world, could shake the world and shatter the void. If it weren't for Gu Fei protecting Yen, the Dragon Horn Qilin, and the Fire Qilin, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the Chaos Stone Man's supreme aura. Master, it's him. He was the one who fought with Xiaonu. At this moment, the Chaos Vine was indeed hiding behind the Chaos Stone Golem and peeking at Gu Fei and the others. Human, what are you trying to do by barging into my territory? The Chaos Stone Man didn't dare to be negligent. He stared at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice, "Your territory." Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. The primal, Chaos Absolute domain really seemed to be the territory of this living being. Moreover, this fellow's sense of territory was extremely strong. So long as any living being that entered the primal Chaos Absolute domain and was noticed by it, it would be impossible for it to escape its grasp, and it would mercilessly annihilate it without any exception. The reason why the Chaotic Absolute Domain was called the Chaotic Absolute Domain was that the creatures in the Chaotic Absolute Domain would kill all the creatures that broke into the Chaotic Absolute Domain. Sometimes, even the Chaos Stone Man would personally take action. This guy was the ruler of the deserted world. Apart from the other rulers, no one was a match for him. Of course, that was only for ordinary creatures. Experts like Gu Fei could go anywhere in the world and no one could resist him. That's right. This is my territory. The Chaos Stone Man's voice turned cold. This human didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. If he didn't want to leave, then the only option left was to fight. That guy just now escaped very quickly. When the Chaos Stone Man arrived, he had already escaped. But now, it was impossible for this human to escape. The Chaos Stone Man had secretly activated the power of the Chaotic Divine Mountain and sealed the entire void. There was no way for him to escape. Haha, so what if this is your territory? There is no place in the world that I can't go. Gu Fei laughed and said, "Then there's nothing more to say." The Chaos Stone Man's body immediately emitted a cold, murderous aura. 2 dazzling balls of chaotic divine light burst out from his eye sockets. The Chaos Vine, who was standing behind the Chaos Stone Man, hurriedly rushed into the distance to hide. It should be noted that this was a battle between paragons. If he was accidentally caught in the shock wave, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. The chaos vine didn't want to die. Rumble! As the chaos force erupted, the void around the chaos stone golem began to tremble. Pitch-black cracks began to appear in the void, as if bolts of black lightning were wreaking havoc in the void. The sacred mountain under the chaos stone man's feet also shook. "If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime." Gu Fei smiled. "Be careful, this guy isn't easy to deal with," Yan said. She could instinctively feel the strength of the Chaos Stone Man. At the very least, she couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance in front of this Chaos Stone Man. The Chaos Stone Man was much stronger than her. "Haha, since when did you lose confidence in your husband?" Gu Fei laughed. "It's not that I don't have confidence in you, but there's no harm in being careful," Yan said. "Understood, madam." As Gu Fei spoke, he directly opened up his internal world and stored the dragon horn Qilin and the fire Qilin. "You're really careful." The Chaos Stone Man opposite Gu Fei said. He didn't make a move and allowed Gu Fei to store and the others in his internal world. "If I wasn't careful, I would have been devoured by someone long ago. How could I meet you here?" Gu Fei said. "Let's begin. Let me see what you're capable of," the Chaos Stone Man said. At this moment, his aura had already been raised to the limit. Streams of primal chaos, Tao patterns surged and interweaved on his body. A supreme, quasi-supreme level power erupted. The chaos divine mountain beneath his feet shook even more intensely. Primal chaos, Tao patterns also surged on the chaos divine mountain. In an instant, the Chaos Stone Man seemed to have fused with the Chaos Divine Mountain beneath his feet. This caused the Chaos Stone Man's aura to become even stronger, drawing in the power of the Chaos Divine Mountain. "It seems like you really aren't easy to deal with." Gu Fei recalled Yen's words. This guy could draw in the power of the Chaos Divine Mountain for his own use. This meant that he had an endless source of power that he could use at will. "You aren't easy to deal with either." As the Chaos Stone Man spoke, he directly punched towards Gu Fei. Streaks of primal chaos, lightning rushed out from his fist and blasted towards Gu Fei. A wave of quasi-supreme level destructive energy erupted from the Chaos Stone Golem's fist. Chapter 2978. Boom! Bam! Boundless primal energy surged as two figures rapidly moved through the skies above a sacred mountain. A terrifying aura emanated from these two figures, causing the entire void to tremble. The two powerhouses engaged in a fierce battle were none other than Gu Fei and the Chaos Stone Golem. The Chaos Stone Golem was indeed worthy of being a connate primal life form. With a single punch, billions of streaks of primal lightning radiated from his fist. Every single bolt of lightning tore through the void, causing a destructive aura to surge through the heavens and earth. Gu Fei was equally domineering. His palm strike seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but the boundless streaks of primal lightning dissipated under his palm, turning into nothingness. Gu Fei's attack gave off a feeling of nonchalance. There weren't any powerful phenomena, and there weren't even any energy fluctuations. However, he was able to display a miraculous might. To think that this human's understanding of the great Tao has already reached such a level. The Chaos Stone Golem's heart trembled. However, he wasn't weak either. He could draw upon the power of the sacred mountain, which was equivalent to having boundless primal energy at his disposal. He refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to defeat this human. Gu Fei possessed an extremely powerful martial body. The might of his martial body caused the Chaos Stone Golem's heart to palpitate. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with the Chaos Stone Golem's fist, causing a muffled sound to erupt. The two figures quickly separated, and the void between them fluctuated, creating ripples visible to the naked eye. There were even hair-thin spatial cracks faintly appearing in the void. What a powerful physique! The Chaos Stone Golem felt as though his entire arm was about to shatter. Fine cracks appeared on his fist. The body of this Chaos Stone Golem was a primal divine stone. The toughness of a primal divine stone was undeniable. Even if it was struck by a quasi-supreme grade Tao treasure, it would still be difficult to leave a mark on its surface. However, Gu Fei's fist was able to cause cracks to appear on the Chaos Stone Golem's arm. Boom! Gu Fei's knee collided violently with the Chaos Stone Golem's right leg. The two figures separated in an instant and then collided again. Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously, and the void was shaking. Up in the sky, the Vine of Chaos saw this and had no choice but to retreat. The auras of the two paragons were too strong. The two experts were fighting like ancient gods. The entire primal chaos was shaking. Countless primordial creatures were trembling. The aura of the paragons made them tremble. What happened in the desolate domain of chaos? The creatures outside the absolute chaos domain had also sensed it. The mighty aura that had spread out from the absolute chaos domain had startled countless creatures. Bam! Gu Fei's fist smashed into the Chaos Stone Golem's chest, leaving a clear fist mark on the extremely hard stone body. Just as the Chaos Stone Golem was sent flying, its right leg swept fiercely at Gu Fei's waist, sending him flying. Haha, awesome! Gu Fei laughed heartily. He hadn't fought like this for a long time. He had wanted to exchange pointers with the old turtle, but didn't want to see the two of them fight. He stopped retreating. His body was surrounded by chaotic light. He looked like a chaos god, powerful and domineering to the extreme. You also cultivate the great path of chaos. The Chaos Stone Golem also stopped retreating. His body was also surrounded by chaotic divine light, and the chaos chi of a quasi-supreme level surged out from his body. My Tao isn't as simple as you think, Gu Fei said. Although he also cultivated the chaos chi, his chaos chi could still transform. Therefore, his Tao wasn't the great path of chaos, but a great path that was constantly transforming. The more powerful it was, the more perfect its transformation would be. Is that so? The Chaos Stone Golem didn't dare underestimate this human paragon anymore. It had to be known that the strength of his kick was not something an ordinary paragon could withstand. Even if it were an ancient god mountain, it would have been smashed into smithereens by that single kick of his. However, this human before him seemed as though nothing had happened to him at all after receiving that kick of his. The fist mark on the Chaos Stone Golem's chest was also rapidly disappearing. Again, Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow and he couldn't stop. He transformed into a beam of chaotic light and attacked the Chaos Stone Golem. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never fought a true primordial chaos life form. This was definitely a good experience. Primordial chaos life forms were simply too talented, so they were much stronger than all other Hotian life forms. Hotian life forms, on the other hand, had to go through incomparably arduous cultivation in order to obtain great power. Humph. The Chaos Stone Golem also transformed into a beam of chaotic light and collided with Gu Fei's beam of chaotic light. The two quasi-supreme existences used all sorts of killing techniques and were evenly matched. Neither could suppress the other, and the Chaos Stone Golem was incomparably shocked. This was the first time he had encountered a human whose physical body was strong enough to contend with him. Gu Fei didn't use the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao. After all, it was a secret art of the immortal Tao. Although it could be used, it was fundamentally different from martial arts. Bzzz, the sound of a sword rang out. After exchanging thousands of blows with the Chaos Stone Golem, Gu Fei finally used the 9 heaven punishing swords. Sword light with boundless destructive power slashed at the Chaos Stone Golem's body. Stone chips flew everywhere, and sword marks were left on the Chaos Stone Golem's stone body, which was so hard that even quasi-supreme Tao treasures couldn't damage it. The Chaos Stone Golem kept dodging, but it was still struck by the sword light that shot out from Gu Fei's hands. The sword light was incomparably terrifying, and it could actually break through the chaos divine shield around its body and strike its body. Moreover, the murderous intent contained within the sword light was incomparably strong. It could invade its body and destroy its vitality. This made the Chaos Stone Golem feel incredulous. This kind of sword Tao was too domineering, and it was truly a sword of slaughter. Given the opponent's cultivation, a single strike was enough to sever its vitality. If it had been any other sovereign, they would have already been injured by the sword chi. It had to be said that the Chaos Stone Golem's physique was truly powerful. It far exceeded that of an ordinary quasi-supreme, and even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. In the eyes of the living beings of the desolate world, this battle between sovereigns lasted for several hours. Then it ended. Gu Fei couldn't defeat the Chaos Stone Golem, and the Chaos Stone Golem couldn't defeat Gu Fei either. It ended in a draw. However, if Gu Fei really wanted to destroy the Chaos world, he could still do it. This was because Gu Fei still had many trump cards that he hadn't used. Once he did, even the Chaos Stone Golem wouldn't be a match for Gu Fei. Chapter 2979. The battle between Gu Fei and the Chaos Stone Golem didn't end in a clear conclusion. However, this battle had alarmed many living creatures in the desolate world. It was important to note that the battle between two sovereigns had caused a huge commotion. All living creatures outside of the desolate world could sense the energy fluctuations produced by the battle between the two sovereigns. The area outside of the desolate world was the territory of the Tongbi Divine Ape Clan. However, after the sovereign of the Tongbi Divine Ape Clan was subdued by Old Man Qin Huang, the actual ruler of the Tongbi Divine Ape Clan's territory became Old Man Qin Huang. Who's fighting with the Chaos Stone Golem? In Firmament City, on the roof of the city lord's mansion, stood a figure. It was an old man, tall and big, with a head full of white hair and a pair of golden eyebrows. This old man was Old Man Qin Huang. He had learned from the Tongbi Divine Ape Clan what kind of world the desolate world was. The current desolate world was equivalent to the desolate era of the human world. Therefore, the current desolate world could be said to be full of experts. The powerful clans in the desolate world called themselves the Divine Clan. Of course, some of the most powerful clans in the desolate world didn't have a supreme being. In the entire desolate world, the sovereigns were the most powerful beings. However, there were indeed many sovereigns in the desolate world. If I can conquer all the powerful clans in the desolate world, it might have a decisive impact on the future situation. Old Man Qin Huang thought of something, and his eyes became deep. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly felt a familiar aura. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Soon, a figure appeared in the sky above the city, Lord's mansion of Firmament City. "Greetings, Senior." Gu Fei landed on the roof of the city lord's mansion and bowed to Old Man Qin Huang. This old man wasn't simple. He was a super antique. Even if the Qin clan wasn't an emperor clan, with such an existence, no one would dare to provoke them. In fact, ever since he met Old Man Qin Huang, Gu Fei knew that the Qin clan couldn't be underestimated. The Qin clan's foundation was absolutely profound and not weaker than any emperor clan. Moreover, the Qin clan was mysterious. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. There were no records of the Qin clan in either the human world or the heavenly realm. "So it's you." I was wondering who was fighting against that chaotic creature. After seeing Gu Fei, Old Man Qin Emperor understood. Only an existence at the level of Gu Fei could fight with that chaotic creature endlessly. Of course, the Chaos Stone Golem wasn't Old Man's match. The Chaos Stone Man was not Old Emperor. Gu Fei said. In fact, he already knew from his immortal avatar that Old Man Qin Huang had entered the desolate world and defeated the ruler of Firmament City. the Tongbi elder ape. The territory controlled by a sovereign was huge. Some of the territories controlled by sovereigns were even bigger than the ancestral dragon star of the human world. But even so, nobody knew how big the desolate world was. This was because this world was equivalent to the ancient desolate era of the human world. Of course, the desolate world was very different from the ancient desolate era of the human world because there didn't seem to be any supremes in the desolate world. This was extremely strange. After all, during the primordial times of the mortal dimension, there were existences at the exalted realm. How can I not come and take a look after discovering a new world? Old man Qin Huang said. Even though he had lived for countless years, he was still very curious. A world like the desolate world had an irresistible attraction to all powerful beings. Senior, did you gain anything here? Gu Fei continued. Not bad. You're too slow. Otherwise, you could also occupy a territory and become the sovereign here. Old man Qin Huang said. Become the sovereign of the desolate world. Gu Fei was startled. That's right. A quasi-sovereign is a sovereign in the desolate world. With your cultivation and combat strength, it's more than enough for you to be a sovereign here. Old man Qin Huang said to Gu Fei. It's not too late now. Gu Fei said, this world seems to be very clean. Some old fellas might not be able to control themselves. Old man Qin Huang suddenly sighed. Senior, what are you talking about? Gu Fei listened to old man Qin Huang's words and was confused. He didn't know what this super antique was talking about. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Go ahead. Old man Qin Huang said and disappeared into the void. This Gu Fei was shocked. Even with his current cultivation, he couldn't tell how old man Qin Huang left. It seemed that there was still a big gap between him and this super antique. In fact, Gu Fei also knew that he wasn't a real quasi-sovereign yet because he hadn't gone through the heavenly tribulation. Only after going through the baptism of the heavenly tribulation could he become a real quasi-sovereign. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then shot up into the sky and left Songqiong City. Become the sovereign of the desolate world. Gu Fei flew in the sky. Soon, he left the territory controlled by Songqiong City. This wasn't because Songqiong City was small, but because Gu Fei's speed was too fast. Some of the territories controlled by the sovereigns were far away from each other, but some were close together. It wasn't a good thing for the territories of two sovereigns to be so close together. Although the two sovereigns wouldn't go to war, their subordinates would attack each other. Old man Qin Huang had subdued the Tongbi ape, so he naturally became the master of Songqiong City and took over all the territories of the Tongbi ape tribe. This is after Gu Fei left old man Qin Huang's territory. He quickly entered a strange area. This was a world of fire. As far as the eye could see, it was barren. There were scorched stones and mud everywhere, and in some places the ground was split open, with fiery red lava seeping out. Gu Fei slowed down. He could sense that there was an extremely powerful fire elemental energy lurking in the depths of this region. What's going on? Gu Fei was curious. Could it be that he had trespassed into another sovereign's territory? The sovereigns of the desolate world were the most powerful beings in the world. If other powerful beings trespassed into the territory of the sovereigns, it would definitely not be a good thing. Roar! As Gu Fei was bewildered, a roar suddenly sounded from the depths of this area. Then an extremely powerful wave of divine consciousness locked onto Gu Fei. Chapter 2980. After Gu Fei left old man Qin Huang's territory, he barged into another strange region. It was a region filled with fire elemental energy. The fire elemental essence Qi gathered in the center of this area, condensing into a powerful fire elemental power. There was a powerful creature lying in ambush there. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the area. Then, an extremely strong wave of spiritual consciousness enveloped Gu Fei. The creature in the depths of the area had locked onto Gu Fei with its spiritual consciousness. Human. Then, a voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. It seems that the human race is in a bad situation in the deserted world. Gu Fei shook his head. He felt sad that the human race was the weakest race in the deserted world. They had been enslaved by the so-called divine clans for countless years and could not make a comeback. There must be a reason for this. After all, the number of humans in the deserted world was not small. Even if all the divine clans were to be added together, they would not be able to match the number of humans. However, even with such a large number of humans, the human race was still the weakest race in the deserted world. Gu Fei found it hard to believe. For countless years, the human race had never produced a cultivator that could fight against the divine clans. This seemed ridiculous. After all, the human race was the largest in the entire deserted world. It was impossible for the human race to not have a single cultivator throughout the years. But this was not the time for Gu Fei to consider this problem, because an extremely powerful creature had arrived nearby. A ball of divine fire, like a cloud of fire, rushed out from the depths of the area. Within the ball of divine fire, a powerful figure was faintly discernible. What surprised Gu Fei was that the creature was humanoid but had the head of a bird and a pair of golden wings on its back. The creature's hands were no different from human hands, but its feet were eagle claws, golden eagle claws. No way, sending a little guy like this to deal with me. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. This eagle-headed creature was very powerful, but in his eyes it was as weak as an ant. Human, how dare you barge into the territory of the Master of Fire? I shall bestow upon you death. The eagle-headed creature stopped in front of Gu Fei and said arrogantly, as if it was looking down on an ant. That's right, this creature saw Gu Fei as an ant that could be trampled to death at any time. You granted me death. When Gu Fei heard this, he had an urge to laugh. Human, prepare to die. The eagle-headed creature flipped its right hand, and a spear immediately appeared in its hand. Then it attacked Gu Fei. Shwa! A streak of flame immediately rushed out from the divine spear in the hands of the eagle-headed man. It turned into an immortal divine light and pierced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei crossed his arms as he watched the scene unfold. The moment the flame pierced through his body, it exploded with a loud bang. There seemed to be an invisible wall in the air that blocked the beam of fire. The eagle-headed creature was shocked. It didn't expect Gu Fei to so easily nullify its attack. After all, it was an ancient god. This creature was one of the strongest subordinates of the Master of Fire. One had to admit that the creatures in this region were truly powerful. Human ancient god? How is this possible? The eagle-headed creature looked at Gu Fei as if he were a freak. Because Gu Fei cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path, no one could see through him. This eagle-headed creature's cultivation was lower than Gu Fei's, so it couldn't tell. In the deserted world, many geniuses of the human clan were able to fly in the air after obtaining cultivation methods and becoming successful in their cultivation. However, these geniuses were all slaughtered by the major divine clans. There were simply too many humans. Once a ruler emerged from the human race, the wasteland world would be ruled by the humans. This was something the major divine clans didn't want to see. Die! The eagle-headed creature exploded with a cold, murderous aura. The spear in its hand vibrated and flame-shaped runes appeared on its surface. Whoosh! A beam of divine light rushed out of the creature's hand. The divine spear turned into a beam of light and pierced through the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows at an extremely fast speed. However, this did not change anything. When the divine spear pierced through Gu Fei's body, it exploded with a bang, just like the previous fiery light. The battle spear was fixed in the void and continuously vibrated. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the spear that was fixed in front of him. What? When the eagle-headed living being caught sight of this, he was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? Could this human truly be a powerful ancient god? Since when did the human race have an ancient god? The ancient gods of the wasteland world were equivalent to the paragons of the human realm and heavenly realm. They were definitely powerful beings. Apart from rulers, ancient gods were the strongest. The eagle-headed creature was an ancient god, but it had encountered Gu Fei and was fated to meet a tragic end. Here you go. Gu Fei raised his hand and threw the spear in his hand at the eagle-headed creature. Buffed! The spear pierced through the eagle-headed creature's body and nailed it in the air. How is this possible? The eagle-headed creature looked down at the spear in its body in disbelief. It never would have thought that its opponent would be able to injure it with just one move. In the next moment, before the creature could react, there was a boom. The creature's divine child exploded into a mist of blood. Even the divine fire around the creature dissipated. A powerful wave of energy rippled through the area. It turned out that the spear that was stuck in the eagle-headed creature's body had exploded. It was a holy Venerable level Tao implement. Once such a Tao implement exploded, the destructive power would be absolutely shocking. At this moment, a ball of fire burst out of the blood mist. Wrapping around a figure, it bolted into the depths of this place. The living being was truly scared out of its wits. This human was way too strong. To think that he could destroy its Tao implement and physical body with just a raise of his hand. Did it even need to continue fighting? If it didn't run, it would be dead meat for sure. Is it a human from the outside world? Just then, a voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. The master of this place had spoken up. If you know, then hurry up and scram over to yours truly. Gu Fei said, You. Chapter 2981. The strength of the ruler of fire was undeniable. This was because this was a quasi-supreme being. The aura of a quasi-supreme being filled the entire area. Let me see just who you are. Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared into the void. In the next instant, he appeared in the center of the area. The heat here soared to the heavens. The ground had sunk down, forming a gigantic magma lake. The magma within the lake was bubbling. Gu Fei only felt a wave of heat rushing towards him. This was the aura of the extreme yang fire qi. If it was any other living being, just a wave of heat like this would be enough to melt them. In the depths of the earth, there was an incomparably strong extreme yang fire essence. That quasi-supreme being might very well have been born from this extreme yang fire essence, even if it wasn't a creature born from the supreme yang flame essence. This quasi-supreme level creature must have already refined the supreme yang flame essence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the ruler of this fiery domain. How dare you? An enraged voice rang out in Gu Fei's heart. Suddenly, the calm magma lake below began to rumble. The magma was condensing, and a gigantic figure stood up from within. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This was a golden bird, similar to the ancient golden crow. This type of bird was said to be born from the sun, and was a Xiantian being born from the sun. The magma within the magma lake had actually condensed into a golden crow. Could it be that the ruler of fire hiding in the depths of the earth was actually a golden crow? The golden crow was a Xiantian divine beast, and was incomparably strong from birth. Legend has it that the golden crow that was born from the sun was able to hunt down fiend gods the moment it was born. A matured golden crow was even more terrifying. The moment it appeared, the land within 100,000 miles would be scorched red. All living beings in the area would be burnt to ashes by the extreme yang fire essence that was emitted from the golden crow's body. One must know that a matured golden crow was definitely a quasi-supreme being, even if it wasn't a supreme being. Human, how dare you look down on this hegemon? This hegemon shall bestow death upon you. The golden crow formed from lava smoke. It was as if a real golden crow had descended into the world. A powerful golden essence of extreme yang spread out from its body. The air around the golden crow was distorted by the extreme yang-attributed fire energy. TSK, who do you think you are? An invincible supreme being? Stop joking around. Gu Fei said with disdain. The people in the deserted world thought too highly of themselves and were too arrogant. This fire elemental creature really thought of itself as the supreme ruler. Of course, in the deserted world, this fire elemental creature was a true ruler, but in Gu Fei's eyes it was only a quasi-supreme being. Kill. The creature didn't say anything else and directly attacked. As the golden raven, formed from magma, flapped its wings, fiery feathers flew up. They were like real feathers, formed from the essence of fire of extreme yang. The flaming feathers turned into streaks of flaming sword light that slashed towards Gu Fei in the sky. The fiery sword qi fluctuated mightily. This was the extreme yang sword aura. Not only was the sword aura powerful, but the sword aura that spread out from the sword aura was hot enough to melt divine iron and refined gold. There was no doubt that the extreme yang fire of the way was powerful. In the ancient times and even in the present world, there were powerful creatures that used this type of extreme yang fire to forge weapons. Gu Fei felt the power of the extreme yang sword aura and could not help but be moved. He reached out with his right hand and pressed forward. Bang! The supreme yang sword light, which had pierced through, exploded immediately. It was as if it had hit an invisible wall. The powerful impact caused the void to tremble. Humph! You think you can kill me with just this clone without using your real body? You think too highly of yourself. The corners of Gu Fei's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This golden crow, formed from lava, was not the real body of the fire elemental creature. It was just a clone. Of course, this clone was extremely powerful and could kill a Saint Venerable. However, this clone of the fire elemental creature could not do anything to Gu Fei. At this moment, the divine bird condensed from magma let out a cry and directly soared into the sky from the magma lake, pouncing on Gu Fei. Very well. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He would only know how ignorant and arrogant he was when he beat this arrogant creature until it could not get up. Boom! Gu Fei immediately used the Chaos Fist. With just one punch, the golden crow condensed from magma exploded and turned back into a pool of magma. There were flame-shaped Tao patterns dissipating in the magma, and it looked like it was raining magma above the magma lake. This was the power of Gu Fei's punch. With one punch, the power could destroy everything. This was his Tao, the Tao that could suppress everything. The Tao of the strongest. Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei said, "Roar." A deep roar came from the depths of the earth. A wave of extreme yang energy that was much more powerful than the golden crow formed from lava exploded from the depths of the earth. Rumble, the entire magma lake shook, and the magma in the lake surged violently. Dazzling flames rushed out of the magma lake, illuminating the world. Is it coming out? Gu Fei stood above the magma lake and looked down. He knew that the fire Tao life form hiding in the depths of the magma lake was about to come out. He had just destroyed one of the life form's incarnations, so he had definitely angered the life form. He sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching the surface from the depths of the earth. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire magma lake suddenly exploded. Then, amidst the splashing magma, a huge figure rushed out of the magma lake. When Gu Fei saw this creature, he could not help but be shocked. It was a divine bird with golden feathers. This divine bird had 3 claws under its abdomen. Its body was as huge as a hill, and it emitted a faint golden divine flame. Within the divine flame, there were countless golden Tao patterns. 3-legged golden bird, golden crow. Seeing such a divine bird, even Gu Fei could not help but be moved. This was because this divine bird was the legendary connate divine bird that had been born from the divine sun. It was the golden crow. An extremely powerful aura of the way of fire spread from the golden crow's body. Even the void was warped by the supreme yang true fire that it emitted. "Human, you have angered me," the golden crow said. "So what if I've angered you?" Gu Fei really wanted to laugh. The experts here all had an air of superiority. Of course, these were all rulers. They ruled over the life and death of all living creatures in their respective territories. In their territories, these rulers could indeed be high and mighty. They could ignore all living creatures. Boom! A ball of divine fire erupted from the golden crow's body. The ball of divine fire instantly swept out and enveloped the entire void, displaying a terrifying power that could burn the sky and boil the sea. In an instant, the divine fire enveloped Gu Fei. This was the supreme yang true fire, one of the strongest flames in the world. It could melt divine iron and refined gold. Even the hardest godly metal and essence gold would be melted by this godly flame. However, it was unable to break through Gu Fei's primal chaos, astral qi. This caused the divine bird in the sea of flames to be shocked. This human was not simple. There can't be a human paragon in the wasteland world. How is this possible? The golden crow was truly shocked that this intruder was a human, a paragon of the human race. Humans were the weakest race in the wasteland world. They didn't even have a god. How could a paragon suddenly appear out of nowhere? "The way I see it, nothing is impossible," said Gu Fei. Gu Fei said, like an ancient chaotic saint, he stepped forward in the extreme yang true fire and directly approached the golden crow. "Human, you are strong, but you will still die," said the golden crow. An endless amount of extreme yang fire essence surged out of its body. Among the flames, flame-shaped Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. "I think you'd better save it." Gu Fei shook his head and said, although this golden crow was powerful, it was impossible for it to kill him. He had encountered existences that were more powerful than this golden crow, and none of them could kill him. This golden crow's cultivation and combat strength were similar to the chaos stone golem in the desolate domain of chaos. Buzz! At this moment, a sword chime sounded. Beams of golden light rushed out from the golden crow's body, turning into peerless sword light that slashed at Gu Fei. This was not the golden crow's doppelganger, but the real golden crow. The power of the supreme yang true sword light was more than 10 times stronger. Each sword light was enough to tear the void. Clang! Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly collided with the sword light. There was a clear sound of metal colliding. He waved his hand casually, but all the sword light that was coming at him was slapped away. What? The golden crow couldn't help but be shocked. This human seemed to be so strong that it felt a sense of danger. This was something that had not happened in many years. Ever since the golden crow became a paragon, it had never encountered a powerful existence that could threaten its life. Today, however, this human made it feel a sense of danger that it hadn't felt for a long time. "Have a taste of my sword." After slapping away all the sword light that was coming at him, Gu Fei pointed a finger. A dazzling sword light shot out from his finger, and a terrifying murderous aura immediately appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 2982. Gu Fei battled the golden raven and unleashed the 9 heaven punishing swords. A murderous aura that caused all living beings in the world to tremble spread out from his body. Hum! A sword chime rang out in the air. Gu Fei waved his hands, and beams of sword light shot out from his hands, piercing through the golden crow in front of him. The 9 heaven execution swords were said to be able to destroy the heavens. It was a sword that was used to kill. This was the Tao of killing. The cultivator who created this Tao of killing was definitely someone with the strongest killing intent in history. Even someone as strong as Gu Fei would be affected by the Tao of killing when he displayed this Tao of killing. He would become bloodthirsty. However, he was able to control himself and would not lose himself in the killing intent. If a cultivator with a weaker state of mind were to display this Tao of killing, he would be in danger of losing himself to the killing intent. At that time, it would not be the man controlling the sword, but the sword controlling the man. The Golden Raven was extremely shocked. It did not expect this human to have such a drastic change in aura. It was as if he had turned into a terrifying god of killing. The sword light that was filled with killing intent pierced through the Golden Raven. The ruler of the Fire Realm could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Clang! In the next moment, the golden feathers on the Golden Raven's body vibrated. The pure yang fire burst forth, and a series of runes in the shape of flames rushed out of its body. They turned into swords and flew towards the incoming sword light. The two different powers of the Tao of sword clashed against each other, causing a loud, clanging sound. The entire sky was sliced into pieces by the crisscrossing sword light. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. Like a peerless god of death, he walked through the endless sword light and attacked the Golden Raven. The Golden Raven could not help but be shocked. The strength of this human had far exceeded its expectations. This human was so strong that it felt immense pressure. Damn it! The Golden Raven was both shocked and furious. All the feathers on its body stood up. Every single feather made a clanging sound, as if they were about to turn into sword light and fly out of its body. Great Sun Seal. The Golden Crow unleashed the killing technique of the Golden Crow clan. Countless Tao patterns rushed out from his body, turning into a huge seal that pressed down on Gu Fei. 9 suns appeared above the seal, displaying a supreme might. The power of the 9 suns could burn the heavens and boil the seas, distorting the void. The Golden Crow was the divine bird of the sun, born from the divine sun. The divine sun that could give birth to the Golden Crow was naturally incomparable to the divine suns of the current era. It was the first divine sun in the world. The power of the 9 suns was so strong that it directly blocked the piercing, heaven-punishing sword light. Boom! The 2 supreme powers collided, creating a terrifying scene. The entire magma lake was collapsing, and the vast and mighty power shook the magma deep underground. Dark spatial cracks appeared in the void. Even though the space of the deserted world was extremely stable, it still cracked at this moment. The Great Sun Seal was the killing technique of the Golden Crow clan. It could display the power of the 9 suns and block the heaven-punishing sword light. This surprised Gu Fei. One should know that the 9 heaven-punishing swords was the supreme way of swordsmanship. The one who created this way of swordsmanship became the most powerful existence in the world. Once the killing sword was unleashed, even supreme beings of the same level would retreat. Back in the day, the extreme sword ancestor was definitely one of the most powerful beings in the world. With Gu Fei's level of cultivation, it was impossible for him to display the ultimate power of this way of swordsmanship. However, ordinary quasi-supreme beings would not be able to block his 9 heaven-punishing swords. However, the killing technique of the Golden Crow clan was not weak either. One should know that an adult Golden Crow's combat ability was comparable to a quasi-supreme being. The Golden Crow ancestor that was born from the first divine sun in the world was even more unimaginably powerful. No one knew if the Golden Crow ancestor was a supreme being. However, there was no doubt that the killing technique of the Golden Crow clan could compete with the techniques of supreme beings. All right, that's more like it. Gu Fei said, if this Golden Crow was defeated by him in a few moves, there wouldn't be any fun at all. It was not easy for him to meet a decent opponent right now. Kill! The Golden Crow quasi-supreme beast didn't dare to underestimate this human anymore. It displayed its strongest combat strength. Pure yang fire surged out of its body and turned into a golden firebird, directly pouncing on the human in front of it. That was a Dharma body formed from the power of the great Tao of fire. The might of this Dharma body could only be stronger than his true body. Gu Fei's right hand pressed forward. Bam! Bam! The Dharma body of the golden crow that was pouncing towards him exploded instantly, turning into a ball of divine fire that dissipated into the void. Swoosh! He took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. At the same time, the golden crow opposite, Gu Fei, disappeared as well. Moving through the void with extreme speed, the two powerful beings were so fast that they could not be seen by the naked eye. Bam! Boom! Muffled, thunderous sounds constantly rang out in the void. Two figures constantly flashed in the void. Every time they flashed, a pitch-black spatial crack would appear in the void. It had to be said that Gu Fei and the quasi-supreme golden crow were extremely powerful. They were stronger than the average quasi-supreme cultivators and could easily tear the void apart. Bam! Very soon, a figure shot out from the void, flying thousands of miles away. There was golden blood dripping from the void. Every drop of blood was like a divine sun, emitting dazzling golden flames. The commotion that had erupted in the fire domain had alarmed some of the powerful creatures outside the fire domain. In the deserted world, sovereigns could sense the changes in the power of the great Tao between heaven and earth. They could sense even the tiniest of changes. Who messed with the golden crow? One of the paragons muttered to himself. The golden crow's territory was vast. The blaze domain spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Outside the blaze domain was an endless wasteland. The other paragon's territory was only 20,000 kilometers from the blaze domain. It was a valley shrouded in yin energy. In the middle of the valley was a bottomless pit that spewed Xian energy. Yes, the pit led to the yin vein deep in the earth. Powerful beings could be seen lurking within the Xian energy. Who is that paragon? He's fighting the golden crow. The voice came from the black hole in the valley. He's already fighting the other paragons. An ancient voice called out from within the palace of Songcheong City. The battle between Gu Fei and the golden crow had reached its climax. Gu Fei's punch had sent the golden crow flying thousands of miles away, coughing up blood. The golden crow had also clawed Gu Fei's shoulder, leaving behind 3 deep gashes. However, no blood seeped out of the wounds. One should know that at his level of cultivation, his martial body could completely seal his own qi and prevent it from leaking. Therefore, even if he was scratched by the golden crow, his qi and blood would not leak out. Moreover, Gu Fei's chaotic martial body was incomparably strong. The gash on his shoulder healed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the bone-deep gash was gone. It was as if it had never been there. This was the advantage of a martial body, a terrifying regenerative ability. It was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. When injured, not even a drop of blood would leak out. It was completely locked within the body. If the golden crow's energy didn't leak out, it meant that his combat ability wouldn't weaken. The golden crow was shaken. How could this human's body be stronger than its own? How was this possible? This human defied the heavens. All right, that's enough fun. It's time to end this. Gu Fei said. What did you say? The golden crow was shocked beyond words. What I'm saying is that you're about to be unlucky. Gu Fei chuckled out all of a sudden. You're the one who's going to be unlucky. The golden crow was enraged. Shoo! Just then, Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the void. Using the 8 desolation steps, he displayed the fastest movement skill in the world. Bam! Struck by Gu Fei's punch, the golden crow was sent flying once more. So fast! The golden crow was taken aback. To think that this human speed had increased by more than 2-fold. How could this be? Could this human still have some strength left? Damn it! The golden crow was enraged. It attacked with all its might, activating the seal of the sun. An ancient seal flew towards Gu Fei. 9 suns revolved around the ancient seal, radiating the power of the sun. However, Gu Fei was getting serious. Once again he punched out, but this time the seal of the sun and the golden crow were sent flying. What the golden crow was taken aback. This human strength had increased to a level that it could only look up to. How was this possible? When Gu Fei got serious, he was definitely powerful and terrifying. He punched out again. Chaotic chi surged, and a powerful fist force instantly erupted, sending the golden crow flying again. Even a paragon as strong as the golden crow couldn't fight back. This shocked the other paragons. How could this human be so strong? When the paragons realized that the paragons were fighting the golden crows in the domain of fire, they were astonished. Humans were the weakest race in all of the wasteland. They were enslaved by the various divine clans. Yet none of the paragons could have imagined that a paragon would appear among them. Of course, prior to this, powerful humans had already appeared in various parts of the deserted world and conquered many territories. Chapter 2983. News of the emergence of a paragon among the humans had spread far and wide, but the paragons of the wasteland didn't believe the rumors. However, as the humans moved in and took over more and more territory, the paragons of the wasteland could no longer sit still. Especially now, when a human paragon dared to challenge the golden crow. This alerted many of the paragons of the wasteland. Powerful figures appeared on the outskirts of the golden crow's territory. A figure was shrouded in black energy, quietly watching the battle unfold in the field of fire. In another direction, a mysterious figure was hidden in the void, observing the situation in the fire domain. These powerful paragons had their reservations and didn't enter the field of fire. In the wasteland, paragons' territories were not to be entered at will. If they did, it would mean war. The paragons of the wasteland were fiercely territorial. Boom! Bang! Bang! Deafening rumbles filled the air, and the world shook. In the depths of the field of fire, two powerful figures were moving at high speed, emanating a terrifying aura. At this moment, Gu Fei displayed his strongest battle prowess. His fists shattered the heavens and earth as they collided with the wings of the golden crow. The chaotic warrior's body was unimaginably strong. Every punch from Gu Fei sent the golden crow reeling back. Golden blood seeped from the golden crow's golden wings. Gu Fei's fists were also stained with the golden blood. The golden crow's blood was very tyrannical. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei felt a burning sensation on his skin when he came into contact with the true blood, as if he was being burned by true fire. The golden crow's blood was extremely hot and contained a pure yang flame that could melt anything in the world. Even the hardest metal and refined gold could be melted, but it couldn't melt Gu Fei's fists. How can a human be so strong? The golden raven was shocked beyond belief. This human paragon's physique was even stronger than that of a mythological beast. How had he managed to cultivate such a strong physique? Boom! With a loud explosion, the golden crow sovereign was once again sent flying by Gu Fei. Golden, true blood rained down from the sky. The golden crow sovereign was truly unwilling to accept this. It had to be known that he was a golden crow. Although he wasn't the primogenitor of the golden crows, he was still a true divine bird. Kill! The golden crow sovereign was going all out. It had no choice but to do so. It didn't want to be defeated by this human. It knew very well that its every move was being watched by its old neighbors. Boom! The golden crow ruler opened his mouth and spat out a ball of divine fire. To be more precise, it was a divine orb that emitted surging divine flames. This divine orb had a great origin. It was refined from a divine sun. Moreover, this was not an ordinary divine sun. It was very likely that it was the divine sun that gave birth to the golden crow primogenitor. If that was the case, then there would be a good show to watch. The divine pearl that the golden crow sovereign had spat out was only the size of a fist, but it instantly transformed into a sun that crushed down on Gu Fei. Rumble! The entire world was shaking. The appearance of the divine sun caused the entire void to collapse and shatter. Even Gu Fei was sent flying by the mighty power of the divine sun. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Gu Fei was shocked. The aura that the divine sun emitted made his heart palpitate. This Tao item was incredible. It had definitely surpassed a quasi-supreme Tao item. This is a little troublesome. This guy actually has a supreme Tao item. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. It should be known that a supreme Tao item was different from an ordinary Tao item. Supreme Tao items nurtured gods. Once the gods awakened, they would automatically attack the enemy. This was the terror of a supreme Tao item. It was like a true supreme being attacking. In the current world, supreme beings were extinct. To a certain extent, a Tao item left behind by a supreme being was the most powerful existence. Swoosh! Gu Fei quickly retreated. Rumble! The divine sun soared through the sky and directly chased after Gu Fei. Everywhere it passed, the void constantly collapsed and was annihilated. The divine fire of the sun smelted everything, giving off a feeling of invincibility. Haha, weren't you very arrogant? Why aren't you arrogant now? The golden crow, sovereign, laughed crazily. This human ruler had actually forced him to use his final trump card. He really deserved to die. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly used his extreme speed 8 steps and retreated. However, the divine sun still caught up to him and then crushed down on him. Gu Fei's expression changed. He sensed a weak wave of divine consciousness from the golden sun. This was a sign that only a supreme Tao item would have. Go to hell! The golden crow, sovereign, roared angrily. He pushed the golden sun to kill Gu Fei with all his might. The supreme power of the great Tao of fire poured down from the golden sun, sealing off this part of the world. Even if Gu Fei wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. No one could break through the sealing power of a supreme Tao item, unless they were a supreme being or someone who also possessed a supreme Tao item. This divine pearl was the Golden Crow clan's ancestral treasure. It was a supreme king Tao item, not a supreme Tao item. However, it didn't seem to be inferior to a supreme Tao item. It seemed that the founder of the Golden Crow clan had not become a supreme being. Instead, he had chosen another path, the Supreme King Great Tao. That was why he had left this Supreme King Tao item behind. The Golden Crow sovereign had no other choice. If he didn't use the ancestral treasure, he would be defeated by this human ruler. He had to use the ancestral treasure to kill this human ruler. Although he had revealed his trump card, it wasn't a bad thing. This way, his old neighbors wouldn't dare act recklessly against him. The Golden Crow clan's ancestral treasure was definitely enough to intimidate other rulers. Endless essence fire of extreme yang rained down from the golden sun. The space around Gu Fei was annihilated. Even the extremely stable deserted world was as fragile as a thin piece of paper in the face of this emperor-level Tao item. In the Golden Crow sovereign's eyes, this human ruler who dared to offend him was dead meat. At this moment, the golden sun fell, and the endless power of supreme yang fire essence instantly engulfed Gu Fei. Ha! The Golden Crow sovereign threw his head back and laughed. This human ruler had finally been killed. Not only had he vented his anger, but he had also removed a potential threat for the wasteland world. Just as the Golden Crow sovereign thought he had killed Gu Fei, the golden sun that had fallen from the sky began to shake. How is this possible? The Golden Crow sovereign was shocked. This human had survived the attack of a Supreme King Tao item, and even managed to shake it. How was this possible? And Supreme Emperor Tao treasure. That was the most powerful Tao treasure that had ever existed. The next moment, the Golden Crow sovereign's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. The golden sun that had been releasing the power of the Supreme King Tao item was sent flying by a figure. Roar! That person threw his head back and roared. The power of a supreme being exploded. The entire Blaze Realm, and even the entire Wasteland world, were terrified. The aura of a supreme being spread far and wide. In an instant, it covered half of the wasteland world. This was a supreme being. With a single thought, he could sense everything in the world. This was also why there was usually only one supreme being born in a single era, because a world could only contain one supreme being. Only in the ancient times of the human world would there be multiple supreme beings at the same time. This was a special case. Moreover, the human world was different from the wasteland world. There were 5 major sources of life in the human world, and each of these sources of life had the chance to give birth to a supreme being. How is this possible? At this moment, the Golden Crow Supreme Ruler was completely dumbfounded by the scene before him. This was truly unbelievable. How could that human be this strong? Could it be that this human's cultivation has already surpassed the sovereign level? The Golden Crow, sovereign, muttered to himself. His voice trembled. When the aura of a supreme being spread out from the figure, the Golden Crow, sovereign, fell to the ground, trembling all over. He couldn't even muster the will to fight back. Even the other paragons watching from the edge of the domain of fire dropped to the ground in terror. They sprawled on the ground, terrified to the core. How is this possible? The other paragons couldn't believe it. How could there be such a powerful being in this world? This was illogical. There had never been such a powerful being in the wasteland world before. At that moment, heaven and earth shook. Deep within the Blaze realm, it was as if an invincible being was splitting the heavens and the earth. The void cracked, and chaotic energy seeped out from the cracks. An incomparably huge figure reached out with his right hand and grabbed at the golden sun in the sky. It was a shocking scene. The person who had attacked was none other than Gu Fei. He seemed to possess the power of a paragon, which shocked the Golden Crow, sovereign to the extreme. Gu Fei's Dharma idol reached out and grabbed the golden sun in the sky. However, just as he grabbed it, the golden sun suddenly emitted a powerful wave of divine consciousness. BZZZ. The golden sun shuddered, and endless supreme, king, Tao, runes rushed out from it. Gu Fei felt his hand tremble, and then the golden sun flew out of his hand. Then it flew directly towards the Golden Crow ruler on the ground, enveloped the Golden Crow ruler, shattered the void, and vanished from this world. Gu Fei was shocked. He had thought that he would be able to subdue and supreme King Tao Treasure. He didn't expect the god within the treasure to awaken at this critical moment. The god within the Golden Crow ancestral treasure seemed to know that Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with, so it chose to escape with the Golden Crow sovereign. After the Golden Crow ancestral artifact escaped with the Golden Crow ruler, Gu Fei's aura changed. He actually fell from the supremacy realm. Chapter 2984. To think that your physical body is strong enough to withstand the power of an honorable. The martial progenitor's bloodline is indeed full of crazy people. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's heart as the figure of a small old man appeared in his mind. Old man, thank you very much. Gu Fei said. He felt like collapsing, because the deity of the mountain and river cauldron had forcefully raised his cultivation to the honorable realm. This was the power that the mountain and river cauldron had lent to Gu Fei. The borrowed power naturally did not belong to Gu Fei, so there was a time limit to Gu Fei's invincible state. It's nothing, the old man said. It's a pity that I could not keep that Emperor Tao treasure. Gu Fei said regretfully, that's a Tao treasure forged by the Golden Crow ancestor. It's not something that can be subdued so easily. The old man shook his head. The Golden Crow clan's ancestral treasure. Gu Fei said in surprise, yes, that little bird is amazing. It was born from the ancestral divine sun and walked on a different honorable realm path. The old man sighed. The Golden Crow ancestor was definitely one of the strongest existences in the world. Even the old man was amazed by the achievements of the Golden Crow ancestor. Could it be that you know the Golden Crow ancestor? Gu Fei said in shock. He found it hard to believe. One should know that the Golden Crow clan's ancestor was a connate life form, born from the first divine sun in the world. It was extremely powerful the moment it was born, and it could even kill immortals and gods. The deity of the mountain and river cauldron actually recognized such an ancient existence. Could it be that the mountain and river cauldron was even more ancient than the Golden Crow ancestor? Of course, because I witnessed the birth of that little bird, its growth, and finally becoming an honorable realm expert. The old man said, could it be that the Golden Crow ancestor was once its master? Gu Fei said hesitantly, "Humph." The old man was displeased and did not speak further. "Haha, looks like it's true." Gu Fei was overjoyed. It was rare for him to see the little old man being humiliated. The little old man did not say anything, which meant that he had tacitly agreed. He really did not expect that the Golden Crow ancestor had once obtained the mountain and river cauldron. What happened to your Golden Crow ancestor? Gu Fei was very curious. After all, this was an ultimate Emperor Realm paragon, a different kind of extreme Tao paragon. Whether it was in terms of cultivation base or battle prowess, they were on par with extreme Tao paragons. I don't know. The little old man was very direct. What? Gu Fei did not believe him at all. It must be known that this little old man was extremely cunning. His words were sometimes very trustworthy, but at other times they were completely untrustworthy. I really don't know. Gu Fei said suspiciously. I really don't know. The little old man said seriously. It seems like you really don't know. Gu Fei said with a faint smile. All right, let's leave here first. The fire elemental power here is about to explode. Gu Fei felt that the powerful fire elemental power deep underground was becoming more and more violent, as if it could explode at any time. Once this power exploded, the entire fire domain would probably be destroyed in an instant. In the desolate world, perhaps a huge volcano would appear. Why have you become so stupid? This fire elemental power is so powerful, yet you don't want to obtain it. Instead, you let it explode. The little old man said. That's right. Gu Fei's eyes brightened. Could it be that he had become so powerful that this kind of power was no longer important to him? Without hesitation, he dove down from the sky and entered the depths of the earth. There was a fire lotus blooming there, and an extremely violent fire elemental power surged out from the fire lotus. Fire-shaped Tao patterns emerged and intertwined on the fire lotus. When Gu Fei reached the depths of the earth and saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel shocked. There wasn't even a decent palace deep underground. The residence of the Golden Crow ruler was too shabby. It did not match his status at all. Deep underground, there was only a nest that was spewing out pure young fire essence. The fire lotus was rooted in this nest, swallowing the pure young fire essence around it. The fire lotus of the Great Path. I didn't know it was something like this. When Gu Fei saw the fire lotus in the nest, he couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of thing could only be born from the Great Path. The fire lotus of the Great Path contained the purest power of the Great Path of Fire. There were fragments of the Great Path of Fire. Any living creature that ate this fire lotus would have their constitution changed by the power of the fire lotus. They would become born with the Great Path of Fire. If someone with the Great Path of Fire ate this fire lotus, they would probably become a saint. This was the effect of the fire lotus of the Great Path. Gu Ling cultivated the Great Path of Fire. He would give this fire lotus to Ling. Gu Fei directly restrained the unstable fire lotus of the Great Path and took it away. After Gu Fei took the fire lotus of the Great Path, the temperature of the entire fire realm dropped rapidly. The lava that had leaked out of the ground quickly solidified. The pure young fire essence was dissipating. Soon, the entire fire realm would solidify into the ground. No more lava would seep out of the ground. Old man, thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have been wrong this time. I never would have thought that there would be a fire lotus of the Great Path deep underground. Gu Fei was very happy. With this fire lotus of the great path, Ling, I would definitely become a saint. There was no doubt about this, because the fire lotus of the great path was a connate divine medicine of the great path of fire. This kind of divine medicine born from the great path could already be considered a quasi-immortal divine medicine. Just like the peach tree Gu Fei had obtained, it was also quasi-immortal divine medicine. In this period of time, Gu Fei had obtained many things, and all of them could be said to be nature-defying. Whether it was the immortal lake from the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, or the peach tree, now he had obtained the fire lotus of the great path. Boom! Boom! The gigantic golden nest shook, and cracks appeared on its surface. The nest of the Golden Crow ruler was on the verge of collapse. Whoosh! A ball of chaotic light surged from Gu Fei's body. Then he shot into the sky, breaking through the layers of lava. He broke through the ground and shot into the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out behind Gu Fei. Then the ground shattered and exploded. A gush of lava shot into the sky. Then the entire ground collapsed. The last of the pure yang fire essence exploded. There were very few living beings in the fire realm. When Gu Fei and the Golden Crow ruler fought, all the living beings in the fire realm had fled. None of the living beings in the fire realm dared to stay. The fire realm lacked vitality. For cultivators of the way of fire, it might be heaven, but for other cultivators, it was hell. It was not suitable for living. Gu Fei left the fire realm. Although he did not obtain the ancestral treasure of the Golden Crows, he had obtained a fire lotus of the great path. This was a good harvest. Chapter 2985. That bastard didn't leave anything behind. That figure directly entered the depths of the earth, but very quickly rushed out of the ground. It was a mysterious figure shrouded in black gas. The figure quickly disappeared into the void. After the mysterious figure disappeared, another figure appeared in the depths of the Inferno domain. An unparalleled aura erupted from the figure's body. The shadow of a beast flickered in and out of existence within the murderous aura. This was a paragon, a member of the God clan. This paragon was not a living being in human form, but a powerful and terrifying beast. Boom! The savage beast immediately dove into the boiling lava and dived into the depths of the earth. Just like the mysterious figure from before, this savage beast quickly rushed out of the ground and left. This savage beast didn't get anything at all. The paragons who'd been watching from the outer reaches of the domain of fire appeared one after the other. However, none of them had anything to show for their efforts and left empty-handed. The Golden Crow's paragon hadn't left behind anything of interest to these paragons. Gu Fei had taken the Lotus of Tao, but none of the paragons dared make a move against Gu Fei. After all, this human paragon had defeated the Golden Crow's paragon. These paragons couldn't wait to avoid Gu Fei. How would they dare provoke this fiend? Rumble! The entire Inferno domain shook. The earth collapsed, forming a giant crater. The yang energy began to dissipate, and the temperature of the Inferno domain began to plummet. By this time, Gu Fei was far away from the Inferno domain. While Gu Fei was searching for his territory, the Turtle King was also on the move. He'd already found it. It was a place of immortal qi, shrouded in boundless spiritual energy. It spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers and was like a fairyland. Auspicious clouds floated in the air, and immortal light swirled around it. It was full of life. A place like this was destined to give birth to a pre-celestial being. What's more, this pre-celestial being hadn't left yet. When the Turtle King appeared on the outskirts of the immortal qi, the creature within was alerted. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of this immortal spirit land. An extremely powerful quasi-supreme level power rippled from the depths of this immortal spirit land. Countless living beings trembled in fear and unease. They all knelt down toward the depths of the land of immortal spirits, as if they were worshipping a supreme ruler. Outside the land of immortal spirit, there were countless living beings. These living beings were attached to the land of immortal spirit. The vitality of the land of immortal spirit was too exuberant. Although the living beings outside didn't dare to enter, just cultivating outside would bring them great benefits. The creatures that could cultivate in the celestial spirit land were even more powerful. Any one of them was a sage, rank existence. The owner of the land of immortal spirit only allowed sage rank beings to enter the land of immortal spirit to cultivate, and those who entered the land of immortal spirit were its servants. The ruler of the land of fairy had many servants, all of whom were his loyal followers. My Lord Sovereign is asking you to leave. Soon, a figure walked out from the depths of the land of immortal spirits and arrived in front of the old tortoise. He then said to the old tortoise, "It's too kind of you to ask me to leave." Old Tortoise smiled very happily. "My Lord Sovereign is asking you to look elsewhere," the creature said. "My Lord Sovereign is asking you to look elsewhere." It was an old ape that was more than 3 meters tall. It was covered in black hair and muscular, and it emitted a powerful aura of the sage rank. The sage rank was a god in the deserted world, so this old ape was the god of the deserted world. Let's go to other places to have a look? What if I tell you that I like this place? The Turtle King said with an evil smile. Then there's no other way. The old ape said. A chilling, murderous intent immediately spread from its body. You don't have the right to kill me. The Turtle King shook his head. Is that so? The Turtle King's tone turned extremely cold. It was no longer as polite as before. Little monkey, I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill you. You should go back and call your lord out. The Turtle King shook his head helplessly. He was a quasi-supreme, and this old ape was only a sage, rank creature. How could the old ape be a match for him? What? The old tortoise's words infuriated the old ape. I'm telling the truth, understand? Don't be dissatisfied. Go and call your lord out. The Turtle King said impatiently. He did not want to destroy the land of immortal spirit, so he did not attack the old ape. Damn it. The old ape was really angry. It directly punched at the Turtle King. A huge fist appeared in the void and smashed at the Turtle King. It was a golden fist, and it emanated a powerful saint-rank energy wave. Sigh. Why doesn't anyone believe my words? The old tortoise sighed and said helplessly. Then he opened his mouth and blew at the old ape. The ape immediately shrieked and was blown away by his breath. It was at this moment that the old ape realized just how strong and terrifying this fellow before him was. All the other party had to do was to blow him away with a single breath of air. The old ape was blown into the depths of the land of immortal spirits by the old turtle. Seeing this scene, all of the creatures were shocked to the extreme. Who was this guy? He actually blew away their god with a single breath. He blew away a god with a single breath. The eyeballs of all the living beings who witnessed this almost fell to the ground. Is this real? How is this possible? A creature said with a trembling voice. It could not believe what it saw with its own eyes. Fellow Taoist, you should go. A voice sounded in the Turtle King's mind. The ruler in the depths of the land of immortal spirit finally spoke. Hee, you're the one who's going. I've taken a fancy to this place. If you don't get lost quickly, the consequences will be very serious. The Turtle King said seriously, Then there's nothing else to say. The voice said, Then a chilling, murderous intent spread from the depths of the land of immortal spirit. A huge figure appeared in the sky above the depths of the land of immortal spirit. Haha, you should have done this long ago. Old Tortoise guffawed as a powerful fighting spirit erupted from his body. Swoosh. Chapter 2986. The creature in the depths of the celestial spirit land finally made its move. A bright, divine light shot out from the depths of the celestial spirit land and instantly arrived in front of the old tortoise. The speed was so fast that even the old tortoise couldn't help but be moved. With a thought from the old tortoise, a set of stone armor immediately appeared on his body. With a clang, the divine light that shot out from the depths of the celestial spirit land directly collided with the stone armor on the old tortoise's body. The incomparably fierce divine light couldn't penetrate the stone armor on the old tortoise's body and was directly knocked away by the layer of stone armor. The stone armor looked simple and unadorned, but it displayed unpredictable power and blocked the blow from the creature in the depths of the celestial spirit land. Sure enough, fierce dragons don't cross the river. None of you outsiders are weak. The voice of the creature in the celestial spirit land resounded in the old tortoise's heart. Humph, since you know that I'm not to be trifled with, then why aren't you getting lost? The old tortoise looked at the huge figure in the sky above the depths of the celestial spirit land and revealed a playful smile. The creatures in your world aren't invincible. Not long ago, a guy broke into my territory and was killed by me. The figure said, "There are weak people in every world. You killed that guy, which means that guy is weak." The old tortoise said disapprovingly, "In the old tortoise's view, any world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. In such a world, the strong were respected, and the life and death of the weak were in the hands of the strong. This was the cruelest and most primitive law of survival in the world, and no one could change it. Haha, you're too arrogant. Do you think you're the strongest in your world?" The figure said with a laugh, "Whether I am or not, we'll know after a fight." The old tortoise said, "Then let's fight." The creature in the depths of the celestial spirit land said, "Swish." The old tortoise was extremely powerful. He directly disappeared into the void, and when he reappeared, he was already in the depths of the celestial spirit land. Then he threw a punch at the figure. With just one punch, the figure dissipated. Roar! A furious roar echoed. Within the land of immortal spirit, a being that emitted boundless five-elemental divine light rushed out from a cave abode that was gushing with five-elemental essence, and it began to battle with the old turtle. This was a creature of 5 elements, and it was powerful to an unbelievable degree. Its 5 elements Tao body was extremely powerful, and it could actually fight endlessly against the old tortoise. Bang! Boom! 2 figures moved quickly in the sky above the immortal spirit land, fighting in close combat. They were so fast that their shadows couldn't be seen, but the powerful shockwaves created visible ripples in the air. These ripples spread out in all directions. Boom! A figure was blasted out of the void and flew tens of thousands of feet away. The person who was blasted out was actually the old tortoise. The energy of the 5 elements was vast. An entire world was dyed with 5 colors. The endless essence of the world in the celestial spirit land was moving toward a figure emitting 5-colored light and gathering like crazy toward that figure. The creature that was born in this immortal spirit land was this creature of 5 elements. "That's all you've got? I told you to leave, so leave your life here," said the 5-elemental creature with a murderous aura. Within the 5-elemental energy, 2 divine lights appeared. Those were the eyes of the 5-elemental creature. Seems like I have to be more serious. Old tortoise stopped retreating. A faint fist mark was left on the stone armor on his chest. This stone armor was not simple. It was refined from a stone tortoise shell and wore it on his body. Back then, the old tortoise was able to persist in the killing array for countless years. Thanks to that turtle shell, he was able to survive. Otherwise, even if he was the son of the Tai Huang kingdom, he wouldn't have survived until now. He would have been tortured to death by the killing array. This showed how extraordinary this turtle shell was. Rumble, an even more powerful wave of energy, erupted from the old tortoise's body. The entire world shook under the impact of this force. The creature of 5 elements was taken aback. This guy didn't seem to be simple, but so what? He still had to die. Rotation of the 5 elements, annihilation of heaven and earth. The 5 elements spirit roared and immediately performed the killing technique of the 5 elements. A mass of 5 elements chi rushed out of its body and turned into a terrifying, annihilating roulette, charging toward Old Tortoise. This was the wheel of 5 elements. It was as huge as a mountain. When it fell from the sky, even the void was obliterated. The power it displayed was absolutely shocking. One should know that the void of the deserted world was extremely stable. Even if a holy Venerable attacked with all his might, it would be difficult to break this kind of void. However, in front of the ruler of 5 elements, the void of the deserted world was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. Interesting. Old Tortoise's eyes shone with a dazzling divine light, like 2 cold stars shining. Rumble! A giant hand filled with demonic aura shot up to the sky and slapped at the wheel of 5 elements. The 2 powerful forces collided in an instant. The sky above the immortal spirit land began to boil. The chi of the 5 elements and demonic aura clashed. It was terrifying to the extreme, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. What shocked the ruler of 5 elements was that his opponent's giant hand had actually blocked his wheel of 5 elements. Damn it! The ruler of 5 elements roared. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The essence of the 5 elements surged from his body and formed 5 divine swords that slashed at the Old Tortoise. Boom! The giant hand that the Old Tortoise conjured shattered the wheel of 5 elements in the sky, then retreated. However, the 5 rays of light of the 5 elements were simply too fast. In an instant, they were right in front of him. Swoosh! The Old Tortoise's figure instantly disappeared. The 5 rays of light flashed past, but they did not hit him. It was as if he had instantly melded into the surrounding void. This was one of the 9 esoteric secrets of immortal Tao, the emptiness secret art. One's body melded into the surroundings, becoming a part of the void. The Old Tortoise and Gu Fei had sparred quite a few times. Naturally, this fellow had learned the 9 esoteric secrets of immortal Tao from Gu Fei. When he used the emptiness secret art, it was quite powerful. What? The ruler of 5 elements was shocked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this fellow would have such a move up his sleeve. It was as if the ruler of 5 elements had vanished into thin air. The ruler of 5 elements, Sword Light, didn't seem to be affected at all. This immortal spirit land had given birth to a 5 elements divine earth. It was extremely powerful, and the chi of the 5 elements swirled around it. Its powerful figure could be vaguely seen within the chi of the 5 elements. This immortal spirit land definitely had a divine earth of 5 elements. Otherwise, there was no way it could have given birth to a creature like this. At this moment, the Old Tortoise silently appeared behind the ruler of 5 elements, then suddenly attacked. Bang! The ruler of 5 elements was sent flying by the Old Tortoise's palm. The chi of the 5 elements around him dispersed, and a humanoid creature covered in 5-colored scales appeared before the Old Tortoise. When the Old Tortoise saw this creature, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Although this creature was humanoid, it definitely wasn't human at all. This was because it was a humanoid creature covered in 5-colored scales and had a single horn on its head. Streaks of 5-colored lightning coiled around the horn on the creature's head. Roar! The ruler of 5 elements bellowed. He had a supremely powerful body, and although the Old Tortoise's palm hadn't been able to harm him, it had completely infuriated him. Go to hell! The 5 elements, Hegemon, roared angrily. His body flickered, and he transformed into a 5 elements divine will that shot towards the old turtle. Terrifying power emanated from the 5 elements divine wheel, instantly locking down the entire area. This divine wheel of 5 elements was different from the one the ruler of 5 elements had conjured earlier. This was because the ruler of 5 elements himself had transformed into the divine wheel of 5 elements. Rumble. The divine wheel of 5 elements came crashing down from the heavens, causing the entire area to shatter and shatter. The old tortoise was also locked down by the divine wheel of 5 elements. He felt as though the area around him had solidified, and the power of the 5 elements that came crashing down from the divine will was extremely powerful. Humph, if I don't show off, you'll really think I'm a sick cat. The old tortoise's gaze became extremely sharp. The stone armor he wore glowed, and with a shake of his body, the void around him that had been imprisoned by the power of the 5 elements collapsed in an instant. A wave of quasi-supreme, draconic power erupted from his body. Roar! An earth-shattering, draconic roar rang out in the sky. The image of a true dragon charged out from his body, breaking through the power of the 5 elements. This was no ordinary true dragon. This was the ancestor of true dragons, the ancestor dragon. Although it was just the image of an ancestor dragon, the aura of the ancestor dragon emanating from it caused all living beings within 100,000 kilometers to feel terrified to the extreme. It must be understood that the ancestor of true dragons was definitely one of the most powerful living beings that had ever existed. When the aura of the ancestor dragon appeared in the world, all living beings would tremble. Even someone as powerful as the 5 elements hegemon, a being born from the power of the 5 elements, felt his heart tremble. At this moment, the power of the ancestor dragon on the old tortoise's body exploded forth. The image of the ancestor of true dragons actually broke through the layers of 5 elements power, instantly slamming into the divine wheel of 5 elements. Boom! An enormous explosion. The 5 elements, hegemon's divine wheel of 5 elements, was actually knocked flying high into the sky by the image of the ancestor of true dragons. The divine wheel of 5 elements dissipated, and a figure fell out of the void. Yug, the 5 elements hegemon, was incomparably shocked. He never would have imagined that this being who had dared to challenge him was actually this powerful. Chapter 2987. The old turtle finally unleashed his power, unleashing the power of the ancestral dragon. The illusory image of the ancestral dragon soared into the sky, knocking the 5 elements while flying. The 5 elements, sovereign, coughed up blood repeatedly. The ancestral dragon's land had reached an inconceivable level of power. The power of the collision was unstoppable, and the ancestral dragon soared into the sky. The 5 elements sovereign was utterly stunned. His opponent's body emanated an aura that caused his heart to palpitate. How was this possible? He was a connate life form that had been born from the pre-celestial 5 elements essence of heaven and earth. How could there be an existence in this world that could make his heart palpitate? You're the hegemon of the dragon kind? The 5 elements, sovereign, said in shock. The desolate world had dragons as well, and they were incredibly powerful. They were a race that could contend against the gods. Do dragons exist in this world? The old turtle asked. He was very curious. Were the dragons of the desolate world actually true dragons? Or perhaps they were dragons that had been transformed from flood serpents. There was a fundamental difference between true dragons and flood serpents. True dragons were descendants of the ancestral dragon and had the blood of the ancestral dragon in their veins. Flood serpents, on the other hand, didn't have the blood of the ancestral dragon. No matter how high their cultivation base or how powerful they couldn't possibly transform into an ancestral dragon. The old turtle knew that his father had been quite a romantic. Who knew if he'd once come to the desolate world and left behind a dragon seed? How could there be no dragons? The 5 elements, sovereign, stared at the old turtle and growled. At this moment, specks of 5-colored blood began to converge towards him. The essence blood he had coughed up once more returned to his body. Every single drop of essence blood in the body of a creature like the 5 element sovereign was a peerless medicine to other living beings. But to a hegemon, it was extremely important. Losing essence blood would cause his battle prowess to drop. Humph. Now you know that you aren't a match for me. There's no need to struggle. Becoming my subordinate won't be an insult to you. The old turtle looked at the 5 elements sovereign, a hint of a smile on his face. What? The 5 elements sovereign was instantly enraged. The hegemon actually wanted him to submit? How was that possible? He was a hegemon, someone who stood at the very peak of all living beings. Since ancient times in the deserted world, there was a ruler who once submitted to other creatures. The 5 elements hegemon had no idea that the long-armed ape of Firmament City had already submitted to old man Qin Huang. But of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't easily submit to the old turtle. What are you talking about? Are you going to submit or not? If you don't submit, then there's only one outcome for you. The old tortoise's tone turned cold, revealing a chilling, murderous intent. If they weren't on his side, then they were enemies. At least, that was what he thought. I really want to know what happened to him. The 5 elements hegemon said coldly, "You're really funny. What else can you do? Either I'll be killed by you, or I'll be the one to kill you. Do you understand?" The old tortoise smiled brightly. Every time it showed such an expression, it meant that a living being, human or not, was about to be unlucky. "You are destined to be beaten to death by me," said the 5 elemental creature with murderous intent. The 5 elemental essences around its body were vast and mighty, and its entire body was glowing. The extremely powerful 5 elemental powers surged around its body, and colorful runes of the Tao appeared and intertwined on its body. "It seems you've chosen a path you shouldn't have chosen. I'll have no choice but to beat you to death," the old turtle said helplessly. If Gu Fei were here, he would know that this fellow was putting on another act. Go to hell. The 5 elements sovereign was truly enraged. This fellow actually dared to underestimate him? In the deserted world, no one had ever dared to underestimate him. Boom! The 5 elements' power exploded forth from the 5 elements sovereign's body, and a divine sword wreathed in 5-colored light shot out from his body, piercing towards the old turtle. Rumble! The divine sword hummed, and countless streaks of sword light suddenly burst forth from it. They filled the entire sky, and they shot towards the old turtle in an overwhelming fashion. Interesting. The old turtle folded his arms and tilted his head, smiling. He didn't move at all. The stone armor he wore emitted a layer of hazy white light that enveloped him. In the next moment, there was a series of collisions. The streaks of 5 elements sword light crashed into the layer of white light around the old turtle's body, but they were all blocked by the white light. Gotcha! The real 5 elements sword pierced the layer of white light, and half of the sword's blade went in. Runes of the 5 elements appeared and intertwined on the blade, and a powerful 5 elements sword chi surged. The old turtle was surprised to see this. The 5 elements sword could actually pierce through the white light. It was truly extraordinary. It must have been forged from a piece of 5 elements metal. This type of metal was born in the chaos, and it was formed at the beginning of the world. It was an indestructible type of metal, similar to the 9 heavens star metal. Furthermore, the 5 elements metal was even rarer than the 9 heavens star metal. Nice sword. I'll take it. The old turtle reached out to grab the 5 elements sword in front of him. However, just as old tortoise was about to grab the 5 elements magical sword, the 5 elements magical sword that was stuck in old tortoise's protective white light suddenly burst out with a dazzling divine light and flew away. Grand 5 elements, sword formation. The 5 elements hegemon let out a furious roar, unleashing the full power of his 5 elements sword Tao. The 5 elements soared into the skies, then hung there in the air as one sword after image after another shot out in every direction. The streaks of sword light intertwined, forming formation runes that were branded into the void. A grand formation actually appeared between the heavens and the earth. An unbelievably powerful wave of 5 elements, sword chi, instantly swept through the entire world. The wave of sword chi spread out from the immortal spirit land. That's in a valley filled with baleful aura. An extremely powerful creature was startled. Amidst the boundless, baleful aura, a pair of eyes that caused one's heart to palpitate could be seen. There's actually a creature that dares to provoke that fellow. In another region, in a great lake, a divine will rippled out. The voice of a sovereign of the grand Tao of water could be heard. Rumble. At that moment, the void trembled. Old Tortoise felt as if the universe had been turned upside down. The next moment, he realized that he was surrounded by sword shadows. It was as if he had entered a world of swords all of a sudden. Grand 5 elements, sword formation. The old turtle looked carefully. The void around him had been completely sealed off by the power of the Tao of the sword. There was no place for him to hide. Everywhere was filled with sword shadows. The sword chi of the 5 elements filled every inch of space in this void. I refuse to believe that you can break through my grand 5 elements sword formation, the 5 elements dominator said with incomparable confidence. The 5 elements, Hegemon, spoke with incomparable confidence. This was a killing formation that he had refined for countless years, and over the course of countless years, he had been constantly perfecting it. By now, the sword formation could be said to be almost perfect. It displayed supreme power that far surpassed that of ordinary quasi-autarchs. In fact, it could even slay ordinary quasi-autarchs. However, the old turtle was no ordinary quasi-autarch. He was the son of the Grand Emperor. He possessed the bloodline of the Grand Emperor, an unparalleled supreme of the Yao race. Most importantly, he also wielded the Grand Emperor's seal, a demonic weapon of the Grand Emperor. Is it very difficult to break through this formation of yours? The old turtle said disdainfully, "You're too arrogant." The 5 elements, sovereign's voice rang out from the skies. "I'm not being too arrogant. I'm just being confident. Understand, kid?" As the old turtle spoke, he shot into the skies and charged towards the divine sword in the sky. However, the divine sword trembled, and rays of eternal sword light descended from the skies, chopping towards the old turtle. Clang! Extremely sharp rays of 5 elements sword light instantly pierced through the white light, protecting the old turtle's body, chopping down on the stone armor covering the old turtle's body. A series of metallic clangs rang out. The immortal 5-colored sword light was knocked away by the stone armor on the old turtle's body. The old turtle shot into the skies, knocking away the countless rays of sword light. He actually began to slowly draw closer and closer to the divine sword hovering in the sky. He actually wanted to pluck it away. Preposterous! The 5-element sovereign, hidden within the 5-element sword formation, was enraged when he saw this. He knew very well that if this guy plucked the 5-element sword, the 5-element sword formation would be broken. The 5-element sword was the foundation of the 5-element sword formation, as well as the eye of the formation. Once the eye of the formation was broken, the 5-element sword formation would immediately collapse. Rumble! The void trembled, and the 5-element sword formation spun wildly. The 5-elements sword light swept towards the old turtle like raging waves. Every ray of sword light emitted powerful waves of sword aura. At this moment, the old turtle was in big trouble. The violent sword light was wearing down his protective light of the way. Some of the sword light even broke through his protective light of the way and chopped down on his body. One had to admit that the 5-elements sword formation was truly powerful. If it had been an ordinary quasi-supreme, they would probably have been in big trouble. Roar! The old turtle roared angrily, and a shadow of the ancestral dragon rushed out of his body. The power of the ancestral dragon erupted, and the shadow of the ancestral dragon shot into the sky, charging towards the 5-elements sword in the sky. Humph! A huge hand appeared in the void, slapping towards the ancestral dragon's shadow. Endless rays of sword light were directed by the huge hand, all of them piercing towards the ancestral dragon shadow. This time, the ancestral dragon shadow was directly destroyed by the 5 elements sword light, and the dragon-shaped patterns dissipated. What? The old turtle could not help but be moved. Very good. Looks like I have no choice but to go all out. The old turtle gritted his teeth and used the killing technique of the dragon clan. An extremely powerful ancestral dragon appeared within the 5 elements sword formation, roaring at the sky. This guy actually revealed his true form. The extremely terrifying aura of the ancestral dragon spread out, causing the entire 5 elements sword formation to shake. This. Chapter 2988. The old turtle was the son of the Grand Emperor, the paramount supreme of the Yao race. During the Grand Emperor's reign, he had already been a peerless expert amongst the Yao race. Although he had been captured by the Grand Emperor's enemies and sealed in a killing formation within the ruined Sky Realm, he had managed to survive and escape. But now, not only had the old turtle regained his former cultivation base, he had even advanced to the next level. He had taken that critical step and become a quasi-autarch amongst the Yao race. The old turtle walked the path of an extreme autarch, not the extreme Emperor Grandao. He was currently trapped within the 5 elements Hegemon's Grand 5 Elements sword formation, a killing formation that the 5 elements Hegemon had developed over countless eons. He had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into it. The power of the Grand 5 Elements sword formation was naturally not to be underestimated. Even an ordinary quasi-autarch would find it hard to survive after being trapped within it. This was why the 5 elements Hegemon had been able to occupy an immortal spirit land without losing his territory to other Hegemons. Of all the Hegemons in the wasteland world, the 5 elements Hegemon was definitely one of the most powerful Hegemons. Rumble, the 5 elements sword formation sealed off an area of the void, and terrifying 5 elements sword chi slashed towards the old turtle from every direction. Every single beam of sword light emanated the power of the great Tao of the 5 elements. Haha, you're still not dead yet. The 5 elements Hegemon laughed maniacally. As he saw it, the old turtle was putting up a last-ditch struggle, because up until now, no Hegemon had been able to break his Grand 5 Elements sword formation. However, right at that moment, the old turtle let out a furious roar and revealed his true form. A quasi-autarch of the Elder Dragon clan burst forth, and an Elder Dragon appeared in the sky. It was a true Elder Dragon. The endless sword light of the 5 elements hacked at the Elder Dragon's body, but sparks flew everywhere. The Elder Dragon wasn't harmed at all. Roar! Yet another, terrifying draconic roar rang out. The Elder Dragon, who was even larger than a mountain, flipped its body, and the entire Grand 5 Elements sword formation began to tremble. Clang! The dragon swiped its claws, and the countless sword lights were instantly shattered, transforming into specks of 5-colored light that dissipated into the void. What? The 5 elements Hegemon's shock was no small matter. This fellow was actually this powerful. This was far beyond what he had expected. Old Tortoise revealed his true form, but he was different from ordinary ancestral dragons because there was something that resembled a tortoise shell growing on his back. The body of the ancestor dragon and the shell of a turtle. This was one of the 9 sons of the supreme grand sovereign of the monster race, Basya. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, and each of them was different. However, there was one thing that all 9 of them had in common. That was, all 9 of them possessed the bloodline of an utmost being, and could all turn into the ancestor dragon. Of course, in the present world, perhaps only the most ancient beings knew the old tortoise's original name. In the present world, his name had long been forgotten by the living beings of the present world. The turtle shell on Old Tortoise's back had amazing defensive power. Moreover, he was wearing the armor made of stone turtle shell. Although he had returned to his original form, the armor was still on his body. It was an armor that could change its size at will. Because of this, his defensive abilities became even more shocking. The 5 elemental swords couldn't hurt him at all and couldn't break through the stone armor he was wearing. Roar! The ancestor dragon let out a long howl, and his enormous draconic claws swiped towards the 5 elements soared in the sky. Clang! Streaks of sword light shot out from the sword in the sky, chopping towards the draconic claws. However, when the sword light collided with the claws, a metallic clang could be heard. Countless streaks of sword light were shattered by the ancestor dragon's claws. The ancestor dragon's claws actually tore through the layers of 5-colored sword light and grabbed the 5 elements soared in the sky. What? The 5 elements hegemon was absolutely stunned. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that old Tortoise would be able to grab the 5 elements sword in the heart of the Grand 5 Elements sword formation. Damn. The 5 elements hegemon's figure appeared atop the 5 elements sword. As it turned out, he had been guarding the heart of the formation this entire time. By now, old Tortoise had already grabbed the 5 elements sword. If he didn't make a move now, he wouldn't have another chance to do so. If the 5 elements sword was snatched away by old Tortoise, then the 5 elements hegemon would have no choice but to flee. This was because the Grand 5 Elements sword formation was his final trump card. Rumble. The 5 elements sword hummed, then fused into the 5 elements hegemon's body. A moment later, the 5 elements hegemon's body and sword became one, and supreme power of the Tao of the sword exploded forth, instantly knocking old Tortoise's ancestor dragon claw aside. Humph! Old Tortoise's ancestor dragon claw retracted, but he still swung his tail at the 5 elements hegemon. The explosive power of the ancestor dragon surged forth, shattering one peerless streak of sword light after another. Tao tattoos in the shape of dragons appeared and intertwined on old Tortoise's ancestor dragon tail. Terrifying power of the great Tao exploded forth, seeming capable of crushing anything in its path. Bang! The 5 elements hegemon was sent flying by the ancestor dragon's tail. Tao tattoos of the 5 elements continuously dissipated in the air. This was a clash of great Tao power. Clearly, old Tortoise had the upper hand. Although the 5 elements hegemon was a creature born from the essence of the 5 elements, old Tortoise was the son of the Grand Emperor. He had an invincible bloodline, and his background was even greater than the 5 elements hegemons. It must be understood that the Grand Emperor was one of the most powerful existences in all of history. Khanate life forms, Hotian life forms, in front of the Grand Emperor. They were like ants. Roar! The 5 elements hegemon raised his head to the heavens and roared. He merged with the 5 elements sword formation, drawing upon the power of the 5 elements. Countless runes surged forth from his body, branding themselves into the air. Rumble. A heaven-shaking killing intent exploded forth from the 5 elements hegemon's body, and a divine sword appeared on his body. The 5 elements iron sword was something that had been born alongside the 5 elements hegemon from the same source as the 5 elements hegemon. Thus, the 5 elements hegemon was able to unleash the full power of the 5 elements sword formation. This power was definitely at the peak of the quasi-supreme level. The 5 elements hegemon was like a supreme expert who was at the peak of the quasi-supreme level. Every movement he made was filled with incredible power, a formation out of nothing. When the old Tortoise saw this, he couldn't help but be moved. This fellow's skill in formations had already reached the Grandmaster level. This was the second person the old Tortoise had encountered who could form a formation out of nothing. The first was naturally that fellow Hei-Tian. The old Tortoise couldn't help but think of Hei-Tian. He didn't know how that fellow was doing. It had been a long time since he'd heard any news of Hei-Tian. Right at this moment, a peerless sword light descended from the heavens. The power of a peak quasi-supreme exploded forth. The 5 elements hegemon was going all out, willing to take a great deal of damage in order to kill the old tortoise. However, the old tortoise wasn't someone to be trifled with. He charged straight at the 5 elements hegemon, his ancestral dragon power surging forth as his enormous ancestral dragon claws tore apart the peerless sword light. The old tortoise's defenses were simply too powerful. Even the peerless sword light of a peak quasi-supreme was unable to harm him in the slightest. This completely stunned the 5 elements hegemon. He was now in an invincible position. How could he possibly fight? The 5 elements hegemon was at his wit's end. He had used all of his techniques, but in the end this was still the outcome. This was a despairing conclusion. Swish! Countless 5-colored Taoist runes appeared in the void. The 5 elements hegemon quickly retreated, and at the same time he unleashed one peerless sword light after another at the oncoming old tortoise. Go to hell! The 5 elements hegemon seemed to have gone somewhat berserk. His all-encompassing 5 elements sword light attacked the old tortoise, and then he actually turned and fled. Trying to run, the old tortoise charged forward, shattering the countless sword lights and tearing the void apart. However, by the time he had shattered the countless 5 elements sword lights, the 5 elements hegemon had already entered the depths of the immortal spirit grounds. The old tortoise didn't hesitate. He charged straight into the depths of the immortal spirit grounds. In his current state, he could absolutely crush everything, even a peak quasi-supreme. Not a single living being could break through his defenses. In a way, it could be said that he was invincible. The 5 elements hegemon knew that he couldn't do anything to the old tortoise. All he could do was retreat. If he didn't, he would suffer a terrible fate. Just as the old tortoise was about to enter the core region of the immortal spirit grounds, 3 beams of divine light suddenly shot out and pierced towards the old tortoise. These 3 beams of divine light were like startling rainbows, instantly piercing through the old tortoise's body. Each beam of divine light contained a divine arrow. The old tortoise was taken aback. The 3 divine arrows hit him in an instant. He felt his body shake violently, and he was sent flying backward. Although the 3 divine arrows weren't able to break through the old tortoise's stone-like armor, they did send him flying backwards. Right at this moment, a ball of 5 elements divine light shot out from one of the caves in the depths of the immortal spirit grounds. It shot through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Preposterous. He really fled quickly. The old tortoise grabbed the 3 divine arrows that had sent him flying. By this time, the 5 elements hegemon had already disappeared without a trace. The 5 elements hegemon was no fool. Fools wouldn't become the rulers of a region. The 5 elements hegemon was very smart. When he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he immediately left. Subduing an existence like this was definitely not an easy task. If such an existence wanted to escape, there was no way to stop it. Damn it! The old tortoise was filled with hatred. He then entered the cave, which was completely enveloped by the 5 elements chi. The 5 elements chi was vast and mighty. However, the old tortoise quickly walked out of the cave. The cave was completely empty. Nothing was left behind. However, he had finally obtained this immortal spirit grounds and become the master of this place. A place like this was priceless in itself. The old tortoise was very satisfied. Chapter 2989. Just as the old turtle had scared off the 5 elements hegemons and taken over their lair, Gufei had found a decent place where the aura of immortals was condensed. This region was filled with strange mountains and was dotted with mountain springs. The springs converged into small creeks that flowed peacefully between the mountain streams. Immortal birds and beasts of the land roamed about leisurely. In the sky, there were several spirit mountains floating in the air. The aura of the immortal Tao swirled around them, and one could vaguely make out pavilions and pagodas. Not bad. It has the aura of an immortal. When Gu Fei arrived at the outskirts of this region, he couldn't help but nod when he saw this. This region was already quite good. However, there was no way a region like this wouldn't have a master. Gu Fei could sense that there were 3 powerful auras hidden within this immortal-like region. As soon as Gu Fei arrived, he was immediately enveloped by a strand of divine will. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and unleashed his divine will. His divine will was like a giant hammer that viciously slammed into the opponent's divine will. Within this immortal region, there was a palace located at the peak of a mountain that floated high in the sky. Within that palace, 2 incredibly sharp gazes suddenly lit up. "Fellow Taoist, you're going too far." A voice echoed out in Gu Fei's mind. "Going too far? No, how could that be?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "You're looking to die." Another divine sense fluctuation came from a palace on another mountain that was suspended high in the sky. How could there be existences of this level amongst the humans? The powerful being on the 3rd immortal mountain was quite rational. The newcomers were humans, and they were humans whose strength he couldn't see through. That's right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought about it. When did the humans produce a god? There were 3 incomparably powerful living beings in this immortal realm. These 3 living beings were only at the Holy Venerate level. However, the fact that they could occupy such an immortal realm was already a huge problem. The Holy Lord was an ancient god in the barren world. Ancient gods were not the most powerful beings in the barren world. The most powerful beings in the barren world were the sovereigns or quasi-sovereigns. In the words of the old tortoise and Emperor Qin, the deserted world was too clean to be true. There was no aura of the supreme venerable realm or the supreme emperor great path. In other words, there had never been an ultimate supreme being or an ultimate emperor supreme being in this world. However, there were many sovereigns in the wasteland world. This was a sign that there was a high chance of a supreme master or an ultimate emperor master being born in the wasteland world. Gu Fei was also puzzled. There had never been a supreme being in the deserted world. What made him even more depressed was that these 3 guys had occupied such a good place despite their low level of cultivation. Any random, quasi-supreme being would be able to squash these 3 fellows to death like ants. "The gods of the human clan cannot be left alive," the leading creature said. The creature in the lead said, giving off a feeling of supremacy. It was as if a supreme ruler was looking down at ants on the ground. "Yes, they cannot be left alive." Another creature said, "Then let's kill them." The last creature said nonchalantly, "Who will do it?" The leading creature asked, "Third brother, you go. I have no interest in fighting the gods of the human clan." One of the creatures said, "All right then." The 3rd brother said reluctantly. After all, he was the 3rd brother. In their eyes, the human clan was the lowest race in the deserted world. They were kept as slaves by the major divine clans and were also known as the slave clan. These 3 creatures did not take Gu Fei seriously at all. Whoosh! Then a figure walked out from a palace at the peak of a spirit mountain floating in the sky. It was a creature shrouded in celestial light. This was a humanoid creature. Through the celestial light, one could only see a blurry figure. This figure radiated with celestial light. As this creature appeared, the entire sky was filled with dazzling celestial light. The entire divine region seemed to be shrouded in a layer of celestial light. This was a natural-born, celestial being. It was extremely powerful, and its strength was infinitely close to that of a quasi-supreme being. However, it was not a quasi-supreme being. Interesting. How can there be such a creature in this world? Gu Fei could not help but be surprised at this scene. This creature seemed to be born with celestial light and was close to the immortal path. It was hard to imagine that such a creature existed in this world. "I am the immortal master. I will grant you death," the humanoid creature said emotionlessly. His tone was extremely cold. Gu Fei gave the humanoid creature the middle finger. Human, your immortal master has changed his mind. Your immortal master wants you to suffer a fate worse than death. The humanoid creature said, "Ha!" Gu Fei roared out in laughter. This fella really did think that he was the immortal master. Even the ancient heavenly emperor of the immortal Tao did not dare to call himself the immortal master. Even the 9 great disciples of the unparalleled Tao master did not dare to call themselves the immortal master. This living being was way too arrogant. He was like a frog in a well that did not know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Damn it! The humanoid creature was truly enraged right now. To think that this human would dare to look down on him. He must definitely not let this human die so easily. He had to torture him to his heart's content so that this human would know the consequences of looking down on him. Sure. 5 beams of celestial light bolted out from within the celestial light of the humanoid creature. Like 5 celestial chains, they coiled around Gu Fei. Humph. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed hold of the 5 celestial lights that were coiling around him. He then jerked his right hand, causing the 5 celestial lights to disintegrate and dissipate into the void. The humanoid creature that was hidden within the celestial light was taken aback. Clearly, he had not expected Gu Fei to fight back. Furthermore, his battle prowess did not seem to be weak either. What rights do you guys have to look down on humans? In my eyes, you guys are the ants. Gu Fei looked at the humanoid creature before him with a serious expression. What? The humanoid creature was both shocked and enraged. The celestial light that was emanating from his body grew even brighter as connate runes began to appear and interweave within the celestial light. A powerful holy venerable level immortal aura burst forth from the humanoid figure within the celestial light. 2 chilling gazes swept out towards Gu Fei from within the celestial light. Boss, this fella doesn't seem to be simple. The humanoid creature said, "He's just a human. How could he be this strong?" The leader of the 3 living beings remarked in disbelief, "Aren't humans slaves? Since when did an ancient god appear?" The second of the 3 living beings asked, "Haha, 3rd brother, can you do it or not? Just tell us if you can't. We won't laugh at you." The second brother said with a big laugh, "What did you say? I can't do it? What a joke. If I can't even take care of a puny human, would I even have the right to be the ruler of the deity ground?" The 3rd brother said in a displeased tone, "You really can't do it." Gu Fei said all of a sudden, "You." The 3rd brother was instantly enraged. Balls of celestial light rushed out of his body and turned into balls of lightning with a terrifying aura of destruction. They bombarded Gu Fei's body. This was the divine lightning of the immortal path. Even a holy venerable would be severely injured if struck by it. However, Gu Fei was not a holy venerable, but a quasi-supreme who was even stronger than them. He opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing all the balls of divine lightning of the immortal path into his body. What? The 3rd brother was absolutely shocked at the sight of this. To think that this human would dare to swallow his divine lightning of the immortal path in a single gulp. This level of cultivation was enough to make the 3rd brother tremble. "All right, you've struck twice now. It's my turn now," Gu Fei said. Between his nose and mouth, one could vaguely make out the divine lightning of the immortal path. The divine lightning of the immortal path that he had swallowed was instantly refined into a part of his own strength. Preposterous! The 3rd brother wanted to strike again, but at this moment, Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared into the void. "Watch out!" 2 cries of alarm came from behind the 3rd brother. The humanoid living being was extremely shocked. At this moment, he felt the divine light of the immortal path shudder violently. Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was as if he had been slammed by an ancient, godly mountain, and he was sent flying. As he was sent flying, the divine light of the immortal path around him dissipated like snow. Only now did his true form become visible. It was an ape-like creature with purplish gold scales all over its body. This creature had the mouth of a thunder god, and its eyes were golden and fiery. It was very strange, but in the next moment, boundless divine light rushed out of the creature's body. Bathed in the light, the creature's figure became blurry once more. The creature was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei. Only then did it regain its footing. Blood essence that was blooming with divine light rained down from the sky. The creature looked down and saw that there was a fist imprint on his chest. How was this possible? One had to know that his body was even tougher than divine metal and essence gold. Swoosh! 2 other silhouettes appeared next to the creature, shining with divine light. The eldest and second brother had arrived. Gu Fei's display of strength left the 3 creatures in the deity ground in utter shock. Just one move, and this human had sent their 3rd brother flying. Was he a paragon? The 3 creatures had their suspicions. The 3rd brother's cultivation was infinitely close to that of a paragon. Who else but a paragon could defeat him in an instant? The 3 creatures felt an immense pressure bearing down on them. What? You want to gang up on me? Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. He glanced at the 3 figures shrouded in immortal light and said coldly, "Boss, is this human a paragon?" Chapter 2990. A paragon had appeared in the human race. The creatures of the 3 celestial lands shuddered at the mere thought of it. One should know that even though the human race had been enslaved by the various celestial clans, their population was incomparably large. This was the result of the divine clans controlling the human population. If they didn't control it, the human population would be even greater than it was now. There were no other powerful beings in the celestial ground. The 3 spirits of the celestial ground did not allow other powerful beings to enter their territory, so no humans would appear here. In this part of the celestial ground, there were only 3 ancient gods who were infinitely close to becoming paragons. They ruled this part of the celestial ground. A paragon of the human race? How is this possible? The eldest of the 3 spirits exclaimed in disbelief. The human race was a slave race, so it was impossible for a paragon to appear. The human race was under the supervision of the divine clans. For countless years, the human race had never produced a god, let alone an invincible paragon. In the desolate world, a paragon was an invincible existence. They stood at the peak of all living beings and could decide the life and death of all living beings. Battles between paragons were rare because they were too powerful. If they did, it would be enough to destroy an entire region and cause unimaginable devastation. None of the paragons in the desolate world wished for such a thing to happen. But now, a suspected paragon of the human race had come to their doorstep. This shocked and angered the 3 spirits. If this human was really a paragon, then the consequences would be dire. The 3 spirits of the deity ground didn't dare to be careless. Their bodies shone with even brighter immortal light. The energy of the peak holy sovereign realm erupted from their bodies. The creatures outside the deity ground immediately sensed the energy fluctuations from the 3 spirits. They were all terrified. This was the power of an ancient god. Not just any creature could withstand it. The entire world was filled with immortal light. The 3 spirits were born from heaven and earth. They could be said to be natural immortal spirits. Interesting. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to attack. 3 paragons were no threat to him. It wasn't a bad idea to play with them. At least it wouldn't be so boring. The 3 spirits of the celestial earth originated from the same source. The immortal Tao energy that erupted from the 3 spirits resonated with each other. Then, the 3 powers quickly fused together. Whoosh! In the midst of the immortal light, the 3 figures turned into 3 beams of immortal light that collided with each other. Then, a giant figure emerged from the immortal light. It was a supremely powerful immortal Tao life form. A wave of quasi-sovereign immortal Tao energy erupted from its body. Oh, what's going on? 3 in 1. So that's how it is. Gu Fei finally understood why the 3 holy venerables were able to occupy such a piece of deity ground. It turned out that the 3 of them could actually fuse into one. After fusing, the cultivation and battle prowess of the fused life form had directly broken through to the quasi-supremacy stage. Is that even possible? Gu Fei stared at the figure in the celestial light and fell into deep thought. This seemed to coincide with a certain speculation of his. He wanted to accept 5 disciples. Once the power of the 5 elements fused together, he might be able to break through the shackles of the realm and raise his cultivation to a higher realm. Of course, this was only a guess of Gu Fei's. No one knew if it would succeed or not. But now, when Gu Fei saw the 3 beings from the deity land fusing together, their cultivation actually broke through to the quasi-supreme realm. This made him even more confident in his conjecture. He was even looking forward to that day. He had an urge to confirm his guess. Human, prepare to die. The 3 spirits of the celestial earth fused together to form the most powerful immortal Tao creature. When the 3 spirits fused together, they were invincible, powerful enough to sweep through an entire region. This was the source of the 3 spirits' confidence. It was also the reason why other rulers did not dare to target the deity ground. The 3 spirits could fuse together at any time. Moreover, they were always together, making it very difficult to defeat them one by one. Of course, if someone else killed one of the 3 spirits, the 3 spirits would not be able to fuse together to increase their cultivation and combat strength. Show me what you've got. My patience is limited. Gu Fei said impatiently. Die. The spirit roared and pounced at Gu Fei. Endless immortal light surged towards Gu Fei like a tidal wave. The immortal light seemed to have solidified and could destroy everything. At this moment, the immortal light was even more terrifying than the demonic light. A chaotic light surged out from Gu Fei's body, enveloping him within it. The immortal light swept over, but it was repelled by the immortal light outside his body. Boom! The chaotic light outside Gu Fei's body vibrated violently. The immortal spirit's fist landed on the chaotic light outside his body. That violent collision shook the entire void. However, it could not move Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei was unmoving like a mountain. Even though the chaotic light outside his body was vibrating violently, it showed no signs of dispersing. You! The immortal spirit was shocked beyond words. Could it be that even in his strongest state, he still couldn't take care of this human? To think that this human was truly the ruler of the human race. By now, there was no longer any doubt. After all, the combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was more than enough to prove that he was the ruler of the human race. Not bad, fellas. Seems like there's some use in keeping you guys alive. I'll play with you guys then. The moment Gu Fei said that, he moved. With a single punch, the entire void quaked. To think that the immortal spirit would be sent flying away. Even if you guys have fused together, it's useless. You guys have underestimated me and overestimated yourselves. Therefore, there's only a single path that you guys can take. Become my slaves. Gu Fei said coldly. What did you say? The moment the immortal spirit heard this, he was enraged. To think that this fellow would want him to be his slave. I'll be your head. The immortal spirit bellowed out as he bolted over from the distance. A formidable power of the immortal Tao was bursting forth, causing the entire void to seem as though it was about to collapse. It was horrifying to the extreme. The immortal Tao life form waved his hands, and 10 resplendent beams of immortal light turned into 10 supreme immortal swords that pierced towards Gu Fei. Every single immortal sword tore apart the void of heaven and earth. Chapter 2991. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei directly shattered the 10 peerless immortal swords condensed from immortal light. This shocked the immortal Tao life form to the extreme. How is this possible? Endless immortal light swirled around. Immortal Tao patterns appeared and interweaved within the immortal light. A supreme power of the immortal Tao spread out from the figure. The sky was flooded by the divine light of the immortal Tao. The divine light of the immortal Tao seemed to have materialized and surged between the heavens and the earth like the waves of the ocean. The immortal Tao was in disbelief. The ruler of the human race was powerful to this extent. It was impossible for the human race to have such a powerful being. Is the wasteland world going to change? The immortal Tao creature's voice began to tremble. This wasn't something impossible, because the human race had produced a supreme ruler. The human race that had been enslaved by the various great god clans for endless years was about to rise up. Be my slave, and you can live. Gu Fei said, I'd rather die in battle. The immortal Tao's body grinned. An even more powerful battle intent exploded from its body. Two frightening eyes pierced through the sky and stared at Gu Fei. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. He used his actions to show his attitude. Whoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the sky. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. This shocked and angered the immortal Tao. This person's methods were too frightening. The immortal Tao knew that the supreme ruler of the human race did not disappear. Instead, he was hiding in the sky. It could not sense the existence of this human ruler at all. This was the most fatal thing. It had no chance of winning if it could not sense the existence of the human ruler. How could it fight when it could not even see the figure of the enemy? Bang! With a muffled sound, the immortal Tao's body trembled and flew forward. Where it was just a moment ago, a figure appeared. It was Gu Fei. He suddenly appeared and sent the immortal Tao's body flying with a single punch. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-emptiness secret art. The immortal Tao's body could not sense his existence at all. Roar! The immortal Tao creature roared in anger. It was extremely sullen. This human paragon's punch had almost split it in two. The place where it had been struck was a mangled mess of flesh and blood, broken bones and tendons. How can the human race be so strong? The immortal Tao creature was truly intimidated. The combat prowess Gu Fei displayed caused its heart to palpitate. This kind of existence seemed completely undefeatable. If it weren't for its ultimate form, the immortal Tao would have long since been pulverized by this human paragon. However, it would rather die in battle than live a life of shame and shame as a slave to this human paragon. Kill! The immortal Tao creature roared angrily. Boundless sword light rushed out of its body, turning into immortal swords of the great Tao that shot out in all directions. However, at that moment, Gu Fei's figure once again disappeared in the air. The sword of the great law of heaven and earth pierced through the air, unable to harm him at all. Just as the immortal Tao creature was about to unleash its fury, a giant hand suddenly appeared in the air, grabbing at the immortal Tao creature's head. The giant hand instantly locked down the air, causing the immortal Tao creature's movements to freeze momentarily. Then, the giant hand directly grabbed the immortal Tao creature. The moment the giant hand grabbed the immortal Tao creature, the boundless immortal light between the heavens and earth suddenly disappeared. Now that you've met me, your fate is as a slave. After saying that, Gu Fei unleashed a great technique in an attempt to seal up the immortal Tao life form that was caught by the gigantic hand. However, the gigantic hand that was holding the immortal Tao life form suddenly exploded and a figure charged out from within. Boundless immortal light immediately erupted from the figure. Gu Fei was shocked. He didn't think that this immortal Tao creature would be this strong, able to break free from its shackles. Despicable and shameless bastard. Fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Sneaking up on me from behind, what kind of hero are you? The immortal Tao creature roared angrily. As you wish, then. With that, Gu Fei's figure walked out of the void. There was no powerful aura emanating from him, and he looked just like an ordinary person. However, the immortal Tao creature did not dare to be careless. One should know that this human ruler's cultivation base was definitely above his own. Even if he were to go all out, he might not be able to defeat this human. He had almost been caught by this human ruler just now. Roar! The immortal Tao creature raised its head to the sky and roared. The entire sky trembled under this roar. It was terrifying to the extreme. In the next moment, the immortal Tao creature left an afterimage where he stood and pounced towards Gu Fei. His right claw reached out for Gu Fei's head. However, Gu Fei merely extended his right hand and caught the immortal Tao creature's claw. Then, the immortal Tao creature began to move in a crazed manner. Bam! Gu Fei slammed the immortal Tao creature into the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. Instantly, the ground rippled like waves, causing dust to fly up into the air. A huge crater was smashed out by the immortal Tao creature. Humph! How dare you fight me in close combat? You're just courting death. Gu Fei said in disdain. He was a martial artist. What did martial artists specialize in? Close combat? There were no other living beings that could compare with a martial artist. For an immortal Tao creature to dare to fight Gu Fei in close combat, Gu Fei knew that it was definitely courting death. The immortal Tao creature roared out from the depths of the ground, causing the ground to shake. From that huge hole in the ground, a torrential immortal light burst out. Shoo! Gu Fei dove down from the skies, diving deep into the ground to engage in a battle with the immortal Tao creature, causing the ground to shake violently. Boom! All of a sudden, the ground exploded as a figure burst out from the ground. The moment this figure burst out from the ground, a dazzling immortal light appeared between the heavens and earth. The aura of the immortal Tao filled the air. The fella that burst out from the ground was the immortal Tao creature. The immortal Tao creature was sent flying by Gu Fei. Droplets of blood that glowed with immortal light rained down from the sky. You're no match for me at all. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the sky at the same time. He then chased after the immortal Tao creature. As he waved his hands, a series of razor-sharp beams of sword light shot out from his hands. This was the heaven-punishing 9 swords. Every single beam of sword light that slashed towards the immortal Tao creature exuded a heart-palpitating killing aura. What? Chapter 2992. Gu Fei used the executioner of the 9 swords of heaven. This was an astonishing sword Tao of slaughter. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. Every single beam of light seemed capable of killing all life and destroying all. Clang! The executioner of the heaven was extremely fast. The beams of light landed on the immortal Tao's body, causing sparks to fly. One has to admit that the immortal Tao's scales were far too tough. Even Gu Fei's executioner of the heaven could only barely break through the scales. However, this was enough. One should know that the murderous aura contained within the executioner of the heaven was extremely powerful. This murderous aura invaded the immortal Tao's body and rapidly destroyed its life force. How is this possible? The immortal Tao's life force was rapidly weakening. The power of the swords was invading its body, causing it to lose its composure. Why are you still not submitting? Gu Fei's entire body erupted with the executioner of the heaven, as if he had turned into an executioner of the heavens. Extremely sharp sword energy rippled out in all directions. The space around Gu Fei seemed to have been torn apart. Black cracks began to appear one after another around Gu Fei's body. The space of the desolate world was extremely stable, but Gu Fei's sword energy continued to tear apart the space. Roar! The immortal Tao's body shone with an endless amount of light. The power of the immortal Tao exploded within its body, causing the entire space to tremble. It wanted to destroy the destructive power that invaded its body. However, this power was difficult to destroy. Like maggots in the bones, it continued to destroy the life force within its body. Gu Fei did not make a move. He merely stared at the immortal Tao's body. Roar. The immortal Tao's body roared in anger, desperately manipulating the power of the immortal Tao in its body. However, the murderous power that invaded its body could not be suppressed. The murderous power that invaded the immortal Tao's body was far too domineering. Humph! The immortal Tao's body snorted coldly. Then, boom! Its body actually exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Within the bloody mist, there were countless strands of murderous power intertwining. Smart. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod at this. This immortal Tao's body was not simple. It actually thought of cutting off an arm. Sure enough, that blood mist was surging, and there was a powerful divine will controlling everything. Those killing forces were slashed out by a beam of immortal light, and a mass of blood chi was also slashed out. Then, the lump of blood without murderous power rapidly condensed. A silhouette emerged from it. The immortal Tao's body quickly reformed. The essence blood that had been slashed out was devoured by the slaughter force and quickly disappeared. The slaughter force also dissipated. A wave of blood and chi was cut out from its own body, making this immortal Tao creature's aura become a bit weak. One had to understand that this was essence blood within a tremendous immortal Tao spiritual essence. Gu Fei shook his head. You're even less of a match for me. Actually, being my slave isn't a bad thing. I treat my slaves very well. You're even less of a match for me. Being my slave isn't a bad thing. I treat my slaves very well. The immortal Tao creature didn't dare withdraw from the state of fusion. If it did, it would be easy for the human paragon to kill it. This isn't a dream. AI, why don't you understand? I'm the strong one right now, and you're the weak. The strong are respected, understand? Gu Fei said helplessly. I can't beat you, but I can run. The immortal Tao's body suddenly turned into a beam of immortal light and shot into the sky. It fled into the depths of the immortal ground. It didn't have its final trump card. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to subdue these three fellas. Actually, having three immortal servants by his side was also an incomparably cool thing. Run. Where can you run? Gu Fei chased after it unhurriedly. He cultivated the 8 desolation steps, the extreme speed of 8 steps. If he really wanted to stop this immortal Tao life form, then it definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Immortal energy surged in the depths of the immortal ground. The ground beneath the 3 immortal mountains cracked, forming bottomless chasms. Immortal energy gushed out of these chasms. Unimaginable amounts of immortal energy gathered in the depths of the earth. This place. Gu Fei arrived nearby and sensed the immortal Tao energy. He couldn't help but be moved. Something unknown was hidden in the depths of the earth. No wonder the immortal Tao's spirit ran back here. There was something it could rely on here. At this time, the immortal Tao creature had already rushed into the bottomless abyss on the ground and disappeared without a trace. However, Gu Fei could still sense the existence of the immortal Tao creature. It was rapidly approaching the powerful power of the immortal Tao in the depths of the earth. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. At this moment, Gu Fei was actually unable to sense the existence of the immortal Tao creature, which was very surprising to him. At this moment, a wave of immortal energy, so powerful that it made Gu Fei's expression change, erupted from the depths of the earth. The entire ground seemed to be rippling. Rays of resplendent, immortal light rushed out from the depths of the abyss, illuminating the pitch-black sky. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the abyss. Then, a silhouette shimmering with immortal light rushed out. This is. In the sky above the abyss, Gu Fei was shocked. The silhouette that rushed out from the abyss was extremely fast. In an instant, the silhouette arrived before Gu Fei and punched. The moment the silhouette punched, a series of clanging sounds came from the silhouette. It was a silhouette completely covered in sky blue immortal gold. That's right, it was a set of armor. A set of armor made entirely out of sky blue immortal gold. Sky blue immortal gold was a type of immortal gold that was nurtured by the heavens and earth. But as long as it was a godly material, it would not be able to exist forever. With the loss of essence, the material would become worthless. However, in this world, there was one thing that could exist eternally, and that was the undying godly metal or the essence gold. Only things that possessed undying divinity could exist eternally. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch, colliding with the opponent's fist. Two powerful forces exploded, causing the sky to tremble. The two silhouettes were instantly knocked back. You! An incredulous voice came from the sky blue immortal gold armor. The one wearing the sky blue immortal gold armor was the immortal Tao creature. This armor was what the immortal Tao's living being relied on. It was an armor that was infinitely close to an extreme saint weapon. Wearing this armor would increase the fighting strength of the immortal Tao's living being infinitely close to that of an extreme supreme being. Not bad. To think that you could push me back. Gu Fei rushed over from the distance. There was a trace of blood seeping out of his fist, but soon enough the blood flowed back into his body. To think that you would be this strong. The immortal Tao's living being was shocked to the core. The strength of this human had far exceeded his expectations. To think that he would be able to fight against him with the sky blue immortal gold armor. This immortal gold armor had been nourished in the depths of the earth for countless of years. However, it had yet to evolve into an immortal weapon. Of course, in terms of quality, this armor could definitely evolve into a true extreme Tao immortal weapon. However, that would require time. It was definitely not an easy task for it to turn into an extreme Tao immortal weapon. Even Gu Fei would be green with envy if he were to see this armor. After all, there was still a chance that this armor could evolve into an extreme Tao immortal weapon. This item of yours is pretty good. I'll take it. Gu Fei chuckled out all of a sudden. Shoo! His figure disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. Boom! The immortal Tao's living being that was wearing the immortal gold armor threw out a punch that clashed with a single foot that was descending from the sky, resulting in a gigantic explosion. After wearing the sky blue immortal gold armor, the fighting strength of this immortal Tao's living being had risen to a level where it could fight against Gu Fei. This was something that had Gu Fei feeling a little moved. If he were to wear this armor, wouldn't he be able to fight against an existence like Old Man Qin Emperor? Gu Fei was clear that even if he were to pass through the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation, he would still not be a match for Old Man Qin Emperor. However, if he were to wear this armor, things would be different. The power behind this punch of the immortal Tao's living being was so strong that it sent Gu Fei flying up into the sky. With his head down and his feet up, he seemed to have turned into a divine phoenix as he pounced down at the immortal Tao's living being from the sky. Gu Fei's palms slammed towards the immortal Tao's living being. Incomparably powerful martial arts power surged out from his hands. Two gigantic chaotic hands appeared in the sky, enveloping the immortal Tao's living being. However, the Holy Spirit also slammed out with its palms, for palms clashed together, resulting in a loud explosion. Get down! Gu Fei roared and exerted force with his hands. The immortal Tao's living being that was wearing the immortal gold armor was actually suppressed down from the sky. Boom! Two figures descended from the sky and smashed into the ground. The earth was shaking and cracking. The two great experts were fighting, causing huge cracks to appear on the ground. The ground was constantly collapsing, causing dust to soar into the sky. It was hard to imagine that the core region of this deity ground would be a place like this. However, the immortal Qi here was the densest in the entire deity ground. Very soon, two figures charged out from the ground. Their powerful auras caused the world to lose its color.